I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Good morning. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. Thank you for joining us this morning. D is balling a hard will. We're filling in for Freezy this morning. Freezy's not feeling too well. He's out with health and safety protocols right now. So we wish for him the best, and we wish for him for a speedy recovery. Got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Will, how you doing today, brother?
I'm good, bro. Can't complain. Tough loss, good game, but can't complain. How you?
I'm good, man. You know, last night was a very entertaining game. It was very up and down. Had me out my seat a couple of times and seeing what was going to happen, the anticipation, the suspense. And of course, you know, we had a tough loss and stuff like that. And there are reasons as to why that happened. And there was reasons why we were in that game. And there were certain moves that were made well that got us back in the game. And we want to get into all that today. Anything else you want to get in before we get people started in here?
I mean, we could bring them in. I mean, you know, everybody want to talk about the game, so you know, bring them in.
Okay, so let's do that. I think the chat's already here. All right, so anybody want to come in, go ahead and give their 2 cents. While that is happening, I will go over some team stats from last night. Okay, let's go ahead and break this down. So last night we shot 37 to 80 from the field at 46.5% about. So, you know, that's above league average. You know, we want that. 12 to 38 from three from 31%, not too good. 24 from 33 for the free throw line. Some crucial free throws were missed late in the game for to us to be at 73%. We did out rebound them 44 to 38. We did crash on them on the offensive boards at 11 to 8. We both had 21 assists. Let's see. We also they had 10 steals to our 6. Now keep in mind, Timberwolves, I think, are second or third in the league in forcing turnovers.
Yeah.
Right. So that's not a surprise. We had 7 blocks to their 6. We had 18 turnovers to their 12. And we also had 30 personal fouls. We were hacking or whacking yesterday. And people could say maybe that's because of the refs. It could be a mix of things. We'll definitely get into that stuff. My big thing is that we had 21 assists off 37 field goals, which ain't bad, especially where assists over our season average. But we murdered ourselves with 18 turnovers.
And free throw shooting.
Yes, and that is
free throw shooting.
No bueno. Now, on the defensive side, we held the Timberwolves to 35 or 81 for the field at 43%. Which ain't bad. 13 to 41 from 3 for 31%. That's a hell of a lot better than we've been defending it this year. They were actually 29 to 38 from the free throw line as well. They missed 9 as well at 76%. And we out-rebounded them to their 38 rebounds. They had 21 assists, and they only had 12 turnovers. So what did you see last night, Will?
Man, tough game, tough loss, you know. Like you said, too many turnovers and free throws. Can't win games if we don't make free throws, fellas.
Mm-hmm.
Can't win games if we don't make free throws. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So with the free throws, the turnovers, it's not a good look, man. I mean, Tibbs made some adjustments. Um, the size was a problem, if you ask me, with with Mitch and Taj had to go out the game. So it's a lot of reasons. I know we're gonna get into that, but as far as the stat line, it was a close game. I like how we came back and fought, but we just couldn't pull it out. Free throws and turnovers, like you said. Um, 30 fouls, points in the paint. Was kind of close to each other, so
Mm-hmm.
it's a tough loss, bro.
I hear you. I hear you. There were things, there's certain narratives we're going to hear today. I would definitely want to hear from you guys today about Tom's decision when Taj got his fifth foul
Mhm.
to not bring in Obi Toppin after Obi was being serenaded by the fans. We could talk about that. And bringing in Alec Burke, was that a good decision? Was that not a good decision? Why? Could he go in other places? We definitely want to break that down. We also want to break down. Also, we had a 40-point third quarter. I think that's only happened once or twice this season. So that's something we could talk about. And talk about things that we did that led us into having that 40-point quarter. What things went right? What adjustments did we make out the half and stuff of that nature? Because when I was looking at that first half, I was like, oh, here we go again. Athletic, bouncy teams giving us problems, and the pace was not to our liking. And it was like, oh no, this is going to be a repeat of Charlotte. But I think what we did is that we made adjustments that weren't made in that Charlotte game, that were made in this game, that I think proved very fruitful. And it was just a matter of us just putting it together throughout the second half. And especially in the last minutes in the fourth quarter, we kind of crumbled. We had three key turnovers, one by Evan Fournier, two by RJ Barrett. Did it help with Julius Randle splitting the free throws to tie up the game. So, I mean, a lot to get in today. Definitely want you guys in here so we can get the fans' take. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to hear what went right, what went wrong, what we could have done better. We want to hear it all from y'all. So please come in, y'all. Come on.
But yeah, like you said, the fourth quarter, I mean, the third quarter was a good quarter. And I feel like we're supposed to carry that energy over. He switched the lineup, and I thought that maybe was a good thing, putting some fresh guys on the floor to start the fourth. But it didn't really translate. I seen the energy at first, and then it was like, I was hoping that was going to give our starters more time on the bench to get prepared for that fourth quarter. But Tibbs had to put them right in. So,
Right.
but and the second quarter wasn't too bad neither. We kind of picked it up, but the third quarter was how we normally play. But that's credit to the second unit, right?
Right. Second quarter. Yeah, we did score 28 points in the second quarter, but we also gave up 31. First quarter we gave up 30 as well. So that's why defensively it looked like, like it looks like it's going to be a repeat of what happened on Monday. But the third quarter changed everything, and we picked up 15 points. We scored 40 in the quarter when we only held them to 25. Fourth quarter kind of crumbled a bit. Didn't even get to the 20 mark. We allowed them to have 26 points to get back in the game. So, um, this is how the cookie crumbles, and especially where we've been inconsistent this year, and it's not been a game to game thing. It's also been a quarter to quarter thing as well. That also showed last night as well. And we do have a lot of inconsistency that's within this roster, and possibly I can make the pace inconsistency on the coaching staff as well. Freezy, we got some guys backstage. You want to get in?
And I feel like we be doing it in spurts, like you said. We got to put a whole. At least if we pick up late, we got to finish because we always seem to start slow or start in a pace where we behind, or even though we didn't. I felt like we was gonna come out with some sense of urgency after how we played on Martin Luther King Day, but
I think the third quarter showed that urgency. I think it's just a matter of us being able to put that together for both quarters consistently.
Hmm.
which is something we have not been able to do this season. I think our only game that I can remember us putting a solid 4 quarters together was that Dallas win last week. To keep in mind what you said about the first quarter points, we are 26th in the league at 25.7. Third quarter points were 28th in the league at 25.4. So we actually went up 15 points yesterday in our fourth quarter, which is a very encouraging sign. And
Hmm.
we also gave up about 26 points a game in the third quarter. And what did I say was the number we held them to? We held them to 25. So
Pretty good.
encouraging,
Hmm.
encouraging. But like I
We
said,
only
we
up
definitely,
19 in the fourth, though, like you said.
yeah, that's correct. And in the fourth quarter, we are 18th in the league at 26. So we just did not play well in that fourth. And we even with all that, couple of turnovers less, hit a couple of free throws, and we possibly come away with that W.
Hmm.
Um,
Facts.
so that's that. Freezy, if you could let some of these guys in, they're in backstage waiting. Okay, since we're gonna wait here, let's get into a couple of stats here from our guys here. Um, let's go over RJ Barrett real quick.
Okay.
Uh, RJ Barrett, 6 of 16 from the field, 37.5 for the field, 2 of 7 from three at 28%, 3 of 6 for the free throw line at 50%, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 7 gigantic turnovers, 4 personal fouls for 17 points, which keeps something in mind. On Monday, he also had 6 turnovers, 7 plus 6 equals 13.
13. Two
So that's
games.
2 games. So
Mhm.
Hardwell, what'd you see from RJ Barrett last night? What did you like? What you didn't like?
I, for one, definitely don't like the turnovers.
Hmm.
Um, I like him being aggressive, but can't be aggressive and lose the ball or throw the ball away. I don't like to see cross court passes. Um, you know, I give him credit when he deserve it, but you can't turn the ball over like that back to back in crunch time. And then he was turning the ball over early as well. What I do like is he stays aggressive. Um, he is staying aggressive, and he's younger, so I think he's making mistakes and he'll improve at them. I'm a little bit hard on Randall with the turnovers because he's older, but I think he got to cut his down as well, maybe to 2 a game, 3 the most. Can't have 7 and 13 in 2 games is unacceptable. I do like the fact that he's staying aggressive regardless if he make a mistake or not.
Hmm.
So I give him credit for that. He came on, he hit a big 3 in the run. He was on the court with the team who came back and took the lead.
Hmm.
Um, Overall, I think it was just my problem with him was his turnovers. He played
Hmm.
okay. He played better on defense last night, reference to how he did on Martin Luther King Day.
Okay.
Yep. Hey guys, let me bring somebody in right quick.
Of course, Freezy.
What's
Yo,
good?
what's up, gentlemen? Good morning.
Top
How
of the
y'all
morning.
feeling this morning?
What's good?
Conflicted.
You feel conflicted?
Conflicted.
Well, let's talk about it. That's what we're here for. Let's talk about last night. Yo.
My bad, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Chuck.
It's all good. Hey, are you done with the intro, Steve?
Yeah. How you
Okay.
know it's me? If I have my name is Health and Safety Protocol, you don't see the name on the screen, bro.
My bad. Thank you, Sam.
That orange tear is only you. That orange tear is you, brother.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing this morning?
No good. No good with this team. No good.
Okay.
No good with Tibbs. No good.
Uh-oh. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it. I
The
felt
hell
it.
is he doing? What the hell is he doing?
You didn't do nothing wrong yesterday, D'Angelo. But yeah, we're gonna let you get to that. We gonna argue.
All right.
Let's let him get it out. Let's them talk about it. Let me do the super chat first before we do it. Paris Thugger, thank you for the generous contribution, especially on this early morning. RJ Barrett was a punk last night. He was gutless. It's tough to talk to the pup like that, but we will talk about it, and we will get into the ins and outs of that. First thing I want to do is that I want to get you guys' takes on last night, what you guys thought, positives, negatives. How'd you guys feel about the fourth quarter? How do you feel about us bouncing back in the third? Let's talk about it. Let's start off with D'Angelo. Go ahead, brother.
So, with those that substitute, he couldn't put Obi in against Towns. Or Jericho, who jumps out of the gym, maybe a block a shot. I mean, come on. I mean, Obi thought he was coming in, but no, he has a vendetta against Obi to put him in that game because you've seen he thought he was coming in, but Perks with 0 points comes in the game.
So you think it's personal?
Yeah, I think it is. What is it? What is it? He has a problem with Obi. So we listen. I've been giving Obi crap. You know how he's been playing. We know he just does alley-oops, but he should have brought him in there. That right during that substitution, should have brought him in. Everybody's like, "What the hell is he that?" And Burks brought nothing yesterday. Nothing. 0 points. Didn't do anything, and he brings him. And then Randall, he has him guarding Towns, who's 7 feet tall. 7 feet tall, guarding him. You know, and they didn't make free throws. For God's sakes, missed 9 free throws. 9.
That's right.
I mean, come on,
go over the number
man.
again, 24-33.
Now, I listen. Hardwell, you said that you didn't think that. I mean, with Tibbs, he did okay with that substitution.
Nah, I feel like once Taj and Mitch fouled out, Obi wouldn't have been able to stop Karl Anthony Towns in that situation. I mean, you can't. I mean, I understand how you feel about maybe Sims, but I didn't think he should have put Burks in. But when I heard, you know, when I thought about it and I heard other opinions on it, I kind of agree that Obi would have had to guard Towns. And I don't agree with that sub. Maybe I don't agree with Burks, but maybe Sims. You made a good point with Sims, though, Angelo. I agree with that.
I mean, come on. I mean, the guy jumps out of the gym. He's hitting his head on freaking. And you know, this guy would be juiced up. He would have blocked that shot probably. He would have blocked that shot off Towns there. I mean, listen, come on. I mean, this guy.
Angelo,
yeah.
You got to put that guy in some spot minutes so he could be prepared for those situations.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then it could probably make more sense, you know?
Just throwing him in and then he's cold. No, I know that whole thing. Yeah, no, absolutely.
So, you know.
So, Angelo, what else did you see last night? What else did you see last night besides that crucial decision by Tom Thibodeau?
Fourth quarter. Another refs. You know, with that when what's his face got pushed. Barrett got pushed when he went up for the ball. He had it in his hands. He looked like he got pushed. That was a foul.
I agree.
And they didn't call. Of course, the refs. You know, we know how the refs are with the Knicks, even at home. I mean, that was a foul. I mean, those were things. But again, this year, how things go and are not falling right for this team. And that substitution just drove me nuts. I was screaming when that happened. I had a problem with that. I was like, I put Sims in at least to maybe block that shot or body up on him. Not Randall, for God's sakes, who splits his free throws, gets his one in and then misses the other. And Barrett, too. You should have made his free throws, too. You got to step up. You got to make free throws, for God's sakes. What the freak?
Okay.
I mean, come on now.
So what I'm understanding was that it all boiled down to the fourth quarter for you. Fourth
Yeah.
quarter was good. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely should have won that game last night. We had that. We should have won that game last night. We
Okay.
had that game, I thought. But you know, it is what it is. I knew it was going to be close. I felt it was going to be close. But God, I'm done, D.
Yeah, that's fine. I was going to ask any positives.
Listen. They played a hell of a lot better than they played with Charlotte. They kept up with them. We were in the game. The game was a good game. It was. But then those flaws that came out, that are standing out, why we lost by 2, is key. 9 free freaking throws. 9. We missed 9 free throws.
Right.
And no points from Burks, and he puts him in the game. And then at the final sequence of that, what was that offensive play that Tibbs called there? Everybody looked confused on the end of that. Fournier just chucked up that shot. He didn't know where the hell he was. He was getting triple teamed. There was no coordination. And then Burks takes the final shot there. We didn't need a 3. We just needed to tie it. What is he shooting from the perimeter? What is he doing? I mean, he didn't have to shoot that. We just needed 2 points to tie it, for God's sakes. Anyway, I'm wound up. Anyway.
Okay, dear. And that's what we're here for. You know, we're like a therapy session where you guys can get out your frustrations and your gripes, and we're here to talk about it and listen.
As I would say, mod on.
Okay, thank you, D'Angelo. DSJ, what you thought about last night? Did you see any positives? Talk about the negatives. What you could have seen different? How did the flow of the game go? What did you like? What you didn't like?
Sure. Well, first off, D'Angelo, you're wound up. I couldn't tell.
Where are my emotions on my sleeve? Thank you very much. Go ahead. I'll put myself on mute now.
Now, secondly, I enjoyed what I saw in the second half from Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. Their aggressiveness, the fact that Kemba was able to get into the lane, the zone buster. So that presents a certain question now. Are you comfortable with Kemba in regards to running the offense as a zone buster in those situations, right? Also, another question that comes to mind is, does Tom Thibodeau dislike athletic forwards? Because he's treating Obi the same way he treated Tyrese Thomas in Chicago. The difference is Obi has a reputation of being a hard worker, as opposed to Tyrese Thomas, who had a reputation for being lazy and only relying on his athleticism. Same question I posed was, where in the world was Jericho Sims?
DSJ. So let us do it one answer one thing at a time. Your point won't get caught up in the wash.
Gotcha.
And so, but before
I was just gonna get him on that.
Good job, bro. But hey, before we do that, let me bring my man in.
So, Keith?
What's going on, family? Hello, beloved.
The model of positivity.
Okay,
always optimistic.
So, Keith, we're going to kick it around. Okay? So I said we're going to kick it around. We're at DSJ right now. So, DSJ.
Yeah, I heard. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I'm just reminding DSJ. So, DSJ, we want to get into all those things that you're talking about.
Sure.
So let's talk about what you saw last night, positives and negatives from a team perspective, from a coaching perspective, and if you want to get to the fourth quarter, stuff like that, that's fine too.
Yeah, well, D'Angelo made a very important point about the officiating, especially in that one specific play. we deflected the ball off of D'Angelo Russell, so the defense very much picked up in that second half. But in getting that deflection and also having the opportunity to recover the ball, D'Angelo Russell pushes R.J. Barrett in the chest in front of Ed Malloy, who has a history of making bad calls against the Knicks. But I digress. Overall, there were certain elements to the game where we still could have won, even with the situation as it unfolded. We did recover the ball after the Evan Fournier shot attempt, and the question I proposed to Alec Burks specifically would be, did you not see Kemba Walker, who just finished hitting three threes in a row in the second half? Did you not see him open? Because that might have been the game winner right there. Again, this hypothetical because the game is over now. But just the question that I posed to him, was it a matter of just not seeing him, or just feeling like I have to throw this up right now in the moment and try to, again, I'm in scoreless. Let me find a way to at least impact the game somehow.
Right.
DSJ, still. So you asked two questions and then asked three additional questions, and we didn't even get a chance to answer. And for the record, this is health and safety protocols. I'm the 10-day contract. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
I'm the 10-day contract. I am Ricky Arkanakano or whatever his name is. I'm that guy. Yes,
Gotcha.
So just to and I don't want to get in the poetic way, Hardwell way, right? I just want to because it was a great question, and I felt like we not doing it any justice by letting it go. This is like the question is one of those that it should indeed be addressed instead of us saying Obi Toppin need more minutes. Obi Toppin need more minutes. The question that you just asked is one of those that we should probably, talk about.
And that's what we're gonna do.
So I'll reiterate.
But what I wanted to do is that I wanted to get into what people thought of the game real quick, and then we could go ahead into segments of how do we feel that it's a personal thing with Obi and yada yada yada.
All right. So make sure, hey DSA, make sure you remember these questions, bro.
Oh, I
got them already.
Okay,
so,
good. Okay,
yeah. We're good for you. Thanks.
They just give their thoughts on the game because they had feelings. He just let them go. But go ahead.
Right. Okay, so TSA, go ahead. Finish up.
Yeah, like I said, the biggest thing for me was just the second half, a tale of two halves. I was proud of the effort from our guys overall. Anthony Edwards won that matchup against RJ Barrett, where I think RJ should have taken it personally, considering the comments that were made last season. This should have been one of those games that was circled on this calendar, and a response to Anthony Edwards. Overall, like I said, welcome back, Kemba. The foul calling again, problematic, and I think that there are a lot of things that they let the T-Wolves get away with, but of course, that's fan bias. I just look at certain things like Karl Anthony Towns hooking Mitchell Robinson under the bucket for a layup in the first quarter. I think the final call against Mitchell Robinson that got him fouled out or got him the fifth foul, overly aggressive. And I think that's more a matter of Mitch needs to understand what's going on in the moment, as opposed to going for the ball. Maybe he should have just stood his guarded Cat on the perimeter. He was going for the ball, going for the steal, and you could tell. So there are elements, like I said, where I was proud of the effort from them defensively, but I felt like a bit overcommitment and really trying to find a way to shut down Karl Anthony Towns got in the way of that. But overall, like I said, I gotta say that I'm proud of their defensive efforts in the second half specifically.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks, GSJ. Appreciate it. Okay, Danny, what did you think yesterday from the game? What were your thoughts, positives and negatives? Did you see any adjustments? Did you see anything change? What are your overall thoughts? Danny going once, Danny going twice. Okay. Chuck, what's up, brother? How you? Okay, no Chuck too. Keith, what's up, brother? How you, bro? How's everything?
I guess my default.
That's gotta go with the cipher. You know what I mean? It's anyway. So what's up, brother? How you doing today?
Yo, I'm good. I hope y'all all healthy, yo.
Appreciate that.
Man,
Appreciate that, Keith.
from that third, I'm gonna say from the third quarter, like how I thought we really was gonna have that game locked. But this is what I was saying. But this is what I was saying yesterday morning about the game. Like I felt that Mitch was gonna be the biggest factor.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch is gonna be the biggest factor. Like at the exact moment that Mitch and Taj got fouled out, it was a wrap.
Mm.
Like we was already having a problem with Cat. Now we got nobody for Cat. I know Cats was talking about subbing Sims, this, that.
And Obi.
Cat would have torched Sims. Cat would have torched Sims. Skill wise, his athleticism would not have been. Cat would have torched Sims. So like, I feel like I respect the battle that they gave in lieu. Like yo, like, ain't Randall strong, but ain't nothing he gonna do against a 7-footer. Like Randall playing center against a 7-footer, we gotta expect what we get from that. But like, I was really hoping that RJ, like, I was looking at this as one of those games that like, okay, RJ gonna RJ got the keys, RJ about to really do damage. We at home, his man was talking smack. Mm-hmm. RJ's on a good run right now. I thought he was really about to get light offensively.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't happen, and that really kind of disappointed me. I feel like RJ didn't show up to the moment. But okay, that's neither here nor there. The good things I saw from that game, when Kemba is healthy, mm-hmm, Kemba is that point guard. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if he's healthy, I'm cool with seeing him rock. He did what he was supposed to do. Evan did what he was supposed to do. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, offensively, I think, like, the guys that were supposed to produce, most of them did. I could quibble about RJ and Randall, but, like, it really was the tale of missing Mitch in the fourth, yo.
That's what you think it boiled down to? I got you. Okay.
I mean, I could quibble again. I could quibble about Tibbs and adjustments.
That's what we're here for. Get it all out.
About Tibbs and adjustments and things like that. But I really think, like, personnel wise, once Taj and Mitch was out, there was very little rotationally he was going to do to be able to stop Cat, yo.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious he doesn't trust Obi. He doesn't trust Sims.
Oh, I feel like Obi would have gotten eaten too, though. I feel like Obi would have gotten eaten too.
Oh, and whether he did or not, I think it's a trust thing with them, and I think he trusts Alec more, especially defensively down the stretch. And I think that's where his decision boiled down to at the end of the day, right?
But bright side.
There you go.
In addition to seeing that Kemba he's back, and at least he's good for whatever stretch he's healthy for. He looks like he's healthy. Bright side, this is another game I can see where Cam fits in.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, like, it still gives me, like, positives towards, like, future, the immediate future of this team once everybody's acclimated.
Right. I got you. All right, Keith, thanks for that. Oh, Keith, shout out your show, by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Promotion, man. Oh,
my fault. You know me, I'm not. Yeah, I let Freezy do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm here for the basketball chat. But, like, yo, for real, pull up tonight, 7:30, Knicks freestyle. You know what I'm saying? Me and GI, we're gonna be hollering at y'all and going back and forth about probably to yesterday's game and the game before to no end. But come on, let's talk some Knicks talk tonight. Pull up. And we're going to be probably drinking and smoking. So, like, Leave the kids at home. Peace.
Hey, Free Keith, you gonna promote your other
Oh, and
show?
if you
The
didn't, hit that like button because you're watching for free right now. Just hit that like button.
That's right. We got 95 watching right now. Only 37 likes, guys. Let's get
Hit
those
that.
those likes up. Let's support the platform. Chuck, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Like I wanted to be upset about the game that I saw last night.
Sometimes Chuck go in and out, so maybe that's what's happening.
Yeah, that's why I'm waiting.
If it's the point I think he was making, I actually feel him on that. I'm not really as mad about that game as I thought I would be right now.
Yeah. Because it could have these mistakes, free throws, the turnovers. We ain't gonna do that all the time. So, and we only lost 2.
30 foul calls, bruv. 30 foul calls. You can't tell me like those were all clean. You cannot tell me that. You can't tell me that.
Right.
And that make call they try to give us when Burks did hit that 3 when Randall kicked it out. That's when the ref know he wrong. He's just trying to blow his whistle now.
Yeah, yo, preach, bro. Like, yo, like it looked like they knew we was gonna be aggressive, and they started. It looked like we were getting targeted, like more aggressive reffing than the. And I'm seeing them getting away with murder.
And with all that, we still had a prime position to win this game.
With all of that, so I'm not. I can't feel too
I don't
mad.
blame refs.
I can't feel too mad.
I never blame refs. I always feel like I never want to put the refs in a position where they're calling the game for me and decide. We don't want that. So, of course, sometimes that stuff is unavoidable. But, you want to do the best you can as a team to, not put the refs in that situation to call a game for you, whether win or loss.
Yeah.
Another thing that you guys jumped out to, and I was going to mention it, is that I'm surprised that nobody talked about Jalen Noel in the fourth quarter. I'm not mistaken. He had 12 points that quarter.
11 points. 11 points in the fourth. It's always some off-brand cat that gets off in the Garden. Always.
But yeah, the only way you talk about that is by
he just made his whole career.
What is time? Go ahead. Go ahead.
My fault. I was just saying it's funny because that negates everything that Nas Reed did in the second quarter when he scored 9 straight as well.
Right.
So yeah, there's elements to that game. Like I said, overall defensively, you have to like some of it, and some of it you kind of scratch your head like what's going on. Noel going off, and Reed going off definitely. Like those are not the guys. Again, it's funny because the first time they played, I said it would be very funny if you let Malik Beasley torch you, and they did a great job defending Malik Beasley for the most part. Was I expecting for Nas Reed to come in and score 9 straight? Then in the fourth, was I expecting Noel to score 11? No. That's
unexpected with this team.
Who is this guy? Why is he even playing in the fourth? Like, I didn't even know his name before yesterday.
Well, Noel's always been known that he could get a bucket, even in college. So
obviously,
I wasn't too surprised. You know what I mean?
It could have been worse, though. It could have been Josh Okogie.
Or Torian Prince that played 4 minutes. So now here's another thing too that we got to look at. I thought we played well on their big 3 yesterday. Anthony Edwards started off hot, and I was getting a little concerned. I was like, "Oh no, not another 38-point performance." But we did a good job in relegating and what he did in the first half. I thought a great adjustment that Tibbs made was that off the screen, he doubled the screen on Anthony Edwards and turned him into a ball decision maker and a playmaker with the pass, and he struggled. He had 4 turnovers for the game. He shot 8 of 17 2 of 9 from 3, 3 of 4 for the free throw line, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 4 turnovers for 21 points. Though we did a much better job on him.
Yeah. That,
In the
you
second
have
half.
to take a hat off to that. Like they definitely recognized him as like it looked like he was supposed to be the offensive engine that game, and they locked that down early, which was cool.
We couldn't design a better play in the end offensively to get 2 points than that mess in the fourth quarter. That mess. What was going on there? I didn't know what the hell was going on there. Who was getting the ball? They were trying to give it to Fournier, then they kick it back out to Burks, who didn't score 1 point in the game.
They didn't kick it out to Burks. Trust me, they didn't kick it out to Burks. But,
it was in his hands in the final seconds. It was in his hands.
Got blocked. Fournier got
he's
blocked.
Shooting a three, Keith. Why is he shooting a three? We needed to tie the game. We didn't have to shoot a three.
Dude, he was trying to win. He was trying to win.
Just to remind y'all, we didn't have no timeouts.
One at a time.
No, I just was trying to say we didn't have no timeouts, so I think we just ran down. If we'd have had a timeout, could have got us in a set play.
Good call, Harvey. Yes.
And Keith, can I say something? You said that. Would you rather have Randall guarding Towns or Sims?
I
would it make a difference?
And I don't think that it make much of a difference. In fact, I feel like
I think it would.
No. End the game scenario. A dude like Cat, like yo, he's gonna out experience a dude like Sims. I'm telling you, like Sims is going to get eaten. Like of the two in that particular scenario, and I'm not thinking much from like Randall's going to do much, but he knows a little bit more, at least positioning wise, this, that, and the other. That athleticism is not helping you against a cat like a cat.
And
it's
you
just
got to remember,
not late game, like where he knows better than you. He knows the game better than you. I'm not mad at Tibbs in that particular scenario. Again, the game once Mitch and Taj was out the game. That game was.
I disagree.
Yo, Keith, I was just trying to say something else. Keith, you heard what I said? Randall had blocked Cat shot twice too in that game. So you can't really say that was a bad move. Jericho Sims haven't been playing, so I'm not looking at that. I'm looking more at the turnovers and free throws if he only lost by 2.
Yeah, well, 9 free throws missed. That's right
that
there.
Free throw thing, man, always rotting us, man.
Horrible.
So let's talk about
free throws.
Let's talk about the big crucial decision that you guys keep on talking about with Tom Thibodeau. I'll put it to you like this: you have to put yourselves in the shoes of Tom Thibodeau, and I'm not sticking up for him. I'm just being objective.
No, right?
He doesn't trust Sims. He doesn't trust, and I'll get into why he should trust him, but that's a different story. I'll get into that in a second. Or Obi defensively down the stretch in a game that we need. So
right.
So he went with Burks because in his thought, even in Burks didn't score, he was really ineffective that game. I think he feels that he's his best defensive option, and he was willing to put Julius there against Cat, and especially with the points that you guys brought up, and he felt maybe that was the best way to win. But my advice to Tibbs is this, though. This is why I put in Sims a couple of minutes per game. You see, get him acclimated. Yeah. Get him used because just in case I do need his services, he'll be ready to go.
Absolutely.
So that would be my advice to that. Because, and another thing too, I think, and I understand why Tibbs does it because he wants to win, and I get it. But you got to cut the time of Taj and share some of that minutes amongst with Obi and Sims because Taj may be gas. You know, Taj is 35, 36 years old, bro. Like, you're asking a lot from him on a night-to-night basis. You have to get him some help and play these guys spot minutes, right? In order, so just in case Mitch is in foul trouble, right, and we're not getting much from Taj at night, we can rely on Sims for a good 7-8 minutes. We can play Obi at a small ball 5 for maybe 5 or 6 minutes, and we'll have good results doing that. So I think Tibbs has to be a little bit more open to those type of perspectives, especially if he does want to win.
Would you, Dave? Would you like to see Sims if he get like that scenario? You get to get some more minutes in, but Sims guarding Towns.
Here's my thing. Well, if I was on the sideline, Sims would be playing spot minutes and he would be ready for that moment. But
there you go.
But
you
hold
don't
on,
put him in. But if you haven't been doing it, you don't put him in.
Correct, Keith. That's exactly what I was.
I agree to that.
This is not when you start. That's not when you start.
But exactly, Keith. That's exactly where I was going. But the fact that he hasn't played Sims, I think we saw Sims once, like in the last 2 weeks, bro.
Yeah, right.
So now, to all of a sudden, to call his number, y'all would have been barbecuing him this morning, son.
So we would have.
Yeah, you would have.
We would have been saying, why didn't he leave in? Why did he put in Sims and why didn't he put what you call? That's the nature of the Knicks fans. Like what we would have said was, why didn't Tibbs leave in Randall? He blocked Cat twice already. Like we would have said that. That's what we would have said.
I would have.
Objectively speaking,
I'm not far enough.
I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would argue that point because of the fact that again, you're putting in a center. You're putting in another big body in front of Cat. And again, the objective right now is to try to attempt to stop of another score. Right. And if Sims gives us the possibility of a better outcome, then you rock with it. And again, you know, it's also playing to the fan base that wants to see the kids get an opportunity. So I wouldn't have been mad personally. I wouldn't have discredited Sims if again, you couldn't make.
I'm glad to hear that.
Because he's young, and again, you know, experience matters. Just to free Keith's point, you know, Cat is a veteran, in this league right now, and anything that we threw at him would have been just, you know what I'm saying, by committee. So while we're dealing with foul trouble from our starter and our backup, you might as well throw in the Sims and see if he can do anything, you know, to prevent another score.
I hear you. And I'm glad that is your perspective, because I don't think if he was put in that position, I don't think he should be barbecued. But at the same time, though, if I'm Tibbs, I have to put my players in better positions to succeed. And I think it would have been unfair to Sims just to throw him in all of a sudden out of nowhere, out of complete default, because you decided to ride with Taj Gibson and not share those minutes for him to be prepared for those moments to guard at elite center like Cat. You know what I'm saying? Or be there for help defense and grab crucial rebounds and stuff of that nature. So, you know, that's my take on that.
But we lost.
25 minutes for Taj and 9 minutes for Obi again.
Let's talk about the last 2 minutes, last 2 or 3 minutes. We had 3 turnovers. 1 by Evan Fournier, 2 by RJ Barrett. Julius Randle split the free throws to tie up the game. We didn't execute well again in the last couple of minutes. I see defensively, I don't think there's much we could have done. What do you guys take on the last 2 or 3 minutes? Let me start for Hardwood, D'Angelo.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for me, the last 2 minutes, it was rough because I felt like we had momentum when we came in the fourth, and we didn't. We only had 19 points in the fourth, like you said, D. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. It seemed like we was under pressure and we had momentum. It's just like it switched. The momentum switched for me, and I didn't like that. And then at the end, I feel like somebody mentioned it when Burks shot the ball. He could have swung the ball. I'm not sure if he noticed how much time was left. But yeah, Kimber was open, and it's just basically how we was getting shots all night. We was moving the ball around, and we was creating shots off of ball movement. Now, not to come down on Burks too hard on that play, because I'm not sure if he knew how much time was, you know, once it started running down, you don't want to pass it and then we don't get off a shot. So I feel like Kimber was open, and I think in reference to Burke shooting, he did make that other 3 that Randall threw to him when the ref called the foul. And I feel like the ref was doing makeup calls at that point, when if they would have let that play through, that would have been a 3 for Burks. So Burks is the type of player that, you know, just like he made that shot and he didn't score all game, he's like we said the other day, he's like a Swiss Army knife. So he could make that shot. He just didn't make the shot. And that's why I think a lot of people are not too upset about the loss because we was in the game all the way into the last play of the game. And when you see that and you know it's mainly because of free throws and turnovers and RJ having a lot of turnovers and he's been the main guy contributing more lately, that just hurt us a lot, to be honest with you. That really hurt us a lot. Free throws in the fourth quarter as well. You know, especially like I feel like at halftime they must have went in at halftime and they had a good halftime talk. Tibbs had something to tell them and they came out with some energy.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Mm-hmm.
In the fourth quarter, we just didn't have it. We just didn't have it, and it was like more or less we was thinking instead of being aggressive and playing.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Hardwell. Before I get into D'Angelo, got 113 watching the stream, only 56 likes, guys. So let's get those likes up to support the platform. Angelo, same question. Last 2 or 3 minutes, it was tough. Had 3 key turnovers. Randall went 1-1 for the free throw line to tie up the game. Let's talk about it.
As usual, the inconsistencies with this team that's killing us this year. Them not doing things under crunch time minutes. Not just this, you know, the free throws drive me crazy. The 9 free throws through this whole game. I know the last 2 minutes, everybody they're trying to figure things out. Everybody looks confused on the court during the last 2 minutes. Kemba is open. He's the temporary fix at point guard. So I don't count on him being our future point guard here because he's just a temporary fix. Those knees are going to tell him when to play and when not to play. So I'm not getting all juiced up about Kemba's time on the court because it's just not. But anyway, again, the free throw. I mean, I'm not going to get on like I said with Randall. Got to make his free throws, but he never makes his free throws. They could have set up a better offensive set. I know they didn't have any timeouts left in the end of the game. I just want them to tie
He
it
only missed 2 free throws.
What's that?
2
free throws.
He only made 2 free throws, but I can counter with that and say he has historically shot bad for the free throw line inside 2 minutes of a game. Right. So that might be playing in his head. Mm-hmm.
Right. No, it's always between the ears. You could see it. He's breathing heavy. He's, taking that shot. He's getting nervous. It's all in his head. So whatever. But listen, again, fourth quarter, it's a problem. Closing out and winning the game or tying that game, just tying that game, and doing that in the end. But I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, D'Angelo, thank you. DJ, you got the question, right?
Yeah, so for the last 2 minutes of the game, again, it's a lot of things that I took away from it. One, there was a very disparaging situation with the calls. I didn't like. I felt like there was aggression on both sides. Some fouls, you kind of got away with when it came down to Minnesota, which got them an opportunity to get back into the game. The turnovers, of course, is going to be an issue just because, again, protect the ball, especially while you have a lead. The last thing you want to do is cough up a game due to turnovers. We should have learned that lesson from the Boston game in the home opener. But overall, again, like I said, we were in the thick of it. We were, we had our opportunity to close out and win the game. So in the last 2 minutes, as much as, the little things accumulated to the loss, they are little things that can be corrected. So I can't harp on it too much. You know what I'm saying? Overall, again, they have an all-star level center and Cat, and we couldn't do anything with that. We did a pretty good job of neutralizing D'Angelo Russell and Anthony Edwards for the most part. So I will at least give credit to that under those circumstances. And again, Kemba was, knocking down threes. So
yeah, he was big in that fourth.
Yeah, he's going in.
Okay, that's it, DSA. You good?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, brother. All right, Danny. Last 2 or 3 minutes. What did you see?
I was so pissed, man. Walker was freaking hot yesterday. Burks knows how much time is left. He was facing the basket. All he had to do was kick it to freaking Walker. I wanted Walker to take that three, not Burks, because Burks wasn't even scoring. He didn't score nothing yesterday. And you know what I'm saying? He was on fire, Walker. Give it to him. You know? Walker was wide open. I almost threw something at I almost broke my television yesterday. Even my son is 9 years old. He's like, why did he pass it to the other guy? I was like, I don't know. Let's call Alex Burks and ask him why didn't pass it to Kemba.
Right.
Not enough time. Dude, it wasn't enough time. And that wasn't like it was a pass to Burks. Like it was Evan got swatted. Evan got swatted, and he ended up with the ball after he recovered the ball.
How many seconds were left? D, how many seconds were left?
It was like 2 seconds.
It was 3
he did
seconds
the step
left,
back
right?
and shot. It was like 2-3 seconds. I'm not mad at him for that decision because we all know that he's a guy that can hit that. We know that we're not mad at that. I don't think that we're all really mad at that.
Let's also keep this in mind too. We didn't have a timeout. The play was broken. You get
we
what
had
I'm saying?
Timeout?
No, we didn't.
No more timeouts.
We didn't have a timeout.
I was about to get mad. Like what? Now I'm mad.
No. The play was broken. It was a scramble for the basketball. I know Alex Burke didn't have a good shooting night, and yes, maybe he should have passed it to Kemba in that split-second thought that you guys want him to do. But he is a 41% three-point shooter for the season.
Burks?
So yeah, and he was wide open. It was not contested.
And he had 0 points for the whole game, so he didn't.
I get it. I get your gripes. I understand. But also understand, too, that we didn't have time to organize a play. It was broken because what happened to Evan. It was scrambling at that sort of time. And who knows, maybe, if you want to get on Burke for clock management, I guess you could do that. But, it was a tough possession. And we've historically, especially in this administration, we haven't closed games very well. And when we're in those situations, we really don't act the way we should in the last couple of minutes of the game. The offense is not flowing, becomes very ISO based and stuff like that. So you got to keep that stuff in mind as well. Keith, my question to you: 2 to 3 minutes left in last night's game. What did you see? What did you like? What you didn't like? Keith,
say that again.
I said that last 2-3 minutes of the game, we had 3 turnovers. Julius Randle was 1-on-1 for the free throw line to tie up the game. We didn't execute well. What did you see?
Dude, literally what you just said. That's the play-by-play. To me, that last 2 minutes probably was among the I don't know, head scratchiness. Those turnovers was like dagger after dagger, and then the missed free throw, dagger. I literally just saw the game fumbling, just falling through my hands. I did not understand what was going on during that last 2 minutes, and that's where I was mad at RJ the most because I'm like, yo, this is your moment, this is literally your moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not gonna put too much of money. He young, whatever, this, that, and the other. But that, yo, man.
Gotta live up to the hype. I get that, I get that, Keith.
Again, I wake up this morning and I'm not too mad at the game overall. So I feel like I saw a lot of good in that game. That third quarter really made me feel really, really good about what this team whole can do.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll chalk it up to bad decisions here, there, and what you call it. They gotta get sharper.
Okay. I'll segue to RJ Barrett real quick, and I'll start off by saying that I think what has to be understood about RJ Barrett is that he's still a young puppy. And just like you tell your young puppy, don't pee there, don't poop here, right? You give him a schedule in order to go out, right? You give him a schedule for his food and stuff like that. And I think that these last 2 games for RJ Barrett is a learning experience for him because in his ascension and what he did earlier in the month, he's gone against 2 teams back-to-back that are athletic, bouncy, lengthy, fast, and cover space very quickly. And you see that RJ has a little bit of an issue with that. Anthony Edwards locked him up yesterday. Okay, and he had a hard time. He needed to pick in order to create separation because he just could not get separation around it. But I think it's a learning process for him, and I think we should be encouraged because the fact that he's only 21 years old, he has had a great month. These are just 2 games in which he has to have a learning experience, in my opinion. So, what did you guys see from RJ Barrett last night? What did you like? What didn't you like? What do you think should have happened? Should he have been in the fourth, considering how he's playing? All that. Let's get into it. Harwell, you go first.
Okay. Well, like I said before, I'm not happy with the turnovers, even though, like I said, he young. He need these experiences to learn from. Just in the fourth quarter, you got to take care of the basketball. You can't throw cross-court passes.
Good point.
Also, in reference to the free throw shooting of RJ, he's starting to become inconsistent. You know, I need him to be consistent. Remember, D, you mentioned he had 8 free throws in one game. We need him to shoot very well from the free throw line if he's going to keep attacking the basket, and he's starting to get these calls now. So we need him to shoot better from the free throw line, keep his turnovers down. One thing I like about him, when he make a mistake, he keeps the aggression. Sometimes a lot of young players, they make a mistake and they put their head down, or they don't want to make a play anymore when you look back their way. And I think, that's a good sign for him to just continue to keep on doing it, no matter the mistakes. I just don't want the mistakes to lead to a bunch of turnovers. Like, just stay aggressive with, you can miss a shot, but don't just throw the ball away. A missed field goal is better than a turnover to me, because a lot of those shots will go in, reference to just trying to pass cross court. And what else did I notice about RJ? He had some good passes as well. But he's starting to trend and have good games and believe more in himself, and he just has to keep putting it together. Like I said a little while ago in reference to the mistakes, I'm cool with it because he need to have those mistakes in order to improve. I judge older players more, I'm more strict with older players and their turnovers because they've been in the league longer. So that's my take on RJ. Cut the turnovers, make your free throws. The upside is he's keeping the aggression, and I can't wait till we get another ball handler out there to even make his game look more better. That's my take on RJ.
Right. Thank you for that, Harwell. 2 things. Freezy, I think Chuck's in the backstage. If you could let him in, that'd be great. And anybody else who's in backstage. And what I was going to say too, Harwell, to the veggie back, what you were saying is that, and those are mistakes that players are going to make in Ascension, right? And the good thing about that we should be encouraged about is that teams are preparing for RJ Barrett now. So that means that he does put his footprint on the game and he does have an impact. And now it's just up to RJ now in order to go through the trials and tribulations and learn from that moving forward to evolve, right? So anyway, DSJ, what'd you see from RJ Barrett yesterday? What you like, what you didn't like?
I agree with Hardwell. I like the aggression. Even with the performance, he stayed aggressive. A lot of it was help defense. So specifically, I'm looking at things like the shot that he had blocked from Patrick Beverly. It wasn't a face up. He got blocked from behind. The thing that I didn't like, of course, was the quarter cross pass. Because you're passing in coverage, you're passing into other arms and open lanes, where opportunities where you could have swung the ball maybe to Kemba, and Kemba could have swung it to Fournier. Also, again, we can't sit there and act like because of this one game that negates the week that he had last week.
Right.
Because we were praising the the game-winning shot against Boston. We were praising the 30, the 230-point plus games. So we can't be so quick to crucify RJ for not having a good game. Although I understand the position and the thought process is because specifically Anthony Edwards called you out. So this matchup should have been a marquee matchup for you to take on that challenge, to assert yourself against somebody who might be a rival, I guess, under the circumstances. As far as the free throw situation goes, this reminds me of the game in the Final Four against Taco Fall's SMU team, where RJ's at the line and he misses one crucial free throw that could have sealed the game for Duke, and it's kind of it's kind of rearing its ugly head right now. So as long as RJ continues to work on it, we'll take it a game at a time and just watch the improvement.
Okay, DSA, thank you for that. Danny, what'd you like from RJ yesterday? What didn't you like? What do you want to see improved? Let's talk about
Like
it.
he's being aggressive. He's aggressive. He's trying hard. I mean, he's not the most athletic player out there, but he's giving it his all. And he's giving it his all.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying hard. You can tell he cares. He's getting angry. You can see his face. And also, like, the defense, I didn't see, like, Edwards and Russell, like, going off yesterday really too much. So the D was okay on those guys, too. I just didn't like at the end, too, D, how Russell was laughing and smiling. I didn't like that. That pissed me off.
Well, that's what happens when you don't protect your home floor.
That really pissed me off. And Towns, too. That's the player we need, bro. His aggressiveness on the court, yo. What did he have? 20. Oh, it's not working.
Just put it on mute, Danny. Hey, Freezy, we got some guys in the back. Try to let them in if you can.
How much did Towns finish with yesterday, D?
Towns wasn't too effective yesterday. He already shot 6 of 12 for the field. He was 2 of 4 for 3, 6 of 7 for the free throw line. Only 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 turnovers.
So Randall outplayed him yesterday. Randall almost had he was 1 assist, 1 rebound away from a triple-double yesterday.
You could throw that if you want. They weren't matched up, so to speak. But yeah, as far as like star power, I get what you're getting at. Another thing too, Anthony Edwards, after his hot start, he was pretty much relegated useless in the second half.
Yeah,
and he also had a troubling second half as well. And we did a good job on that.
I just wish they would have went to Walker. The play was like botched at the end. It should have been either going to the hot hand Walker or to Mr. Hot Hands Fournier to go for that last shot. They're the ones that were hot yesterday. This guy was cold. Even though he plays hard, Burks, but he wasn't scoring yesterday. What do you guys think?
I would have personally gone to Randall and tied up the game. And especially he draws the defense, so he was kicking out nicely yesterday. So I would have explored that. But I think what happens with Randall sometimes is that I think it gets to him that he's not a good free throw shooter under pressure. And sometimes he's not as aggressive as he should be in the last couple of minutes of a game. As you notice, he kind of flew to the perimeter, forgot. So you got to keep that in mind as well. And that's something that, that has to be fixed moving forward. I want to talk about the third quarter. Third quarter, we did outscore them. Let me get the stats here real quick. We did outscore them 40-25. For the season, a third quarter scoring is 28th of the league at 25.2. So we did a great job in that third quarter. We came out with a lot of energy at halftime. I also thought that the big thing was that against these athletic, bouncy teams, I think they figured out that you got to get physical with them. And you got to punch him in the mouth. And I think that was a big difference. It also helped that Evan was completely on fire that third quarter. That really helped us. But I think what set the tone was Julius Randle not giving a damn, getting inside the paint, being ferocious, and setting that tone. And if you notice, once he went to the free throw line a couple of times, you notice they gave him the ball on the perimeter. 1 or 2 dribbles, he got into a step back. He hit about 2 or 3 mid ranges in a row. So I think that for Julius Randle moving forward, I think that it's better for him to operate from the paint and then slowly bring himself outside. But the issue is that I find that the only time Julius Randle takes that approach, at least this season, is when he gets mad. It's an emotional thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not a thing where he feels inside his head, I can take this paint every game and cause mismatches and get other guys involved. That's not his mentality. You notice when he operates in the paint this season and he's ferocious and he's putting the pressure on other front courts is when he's mad. So is there a way that we could get Julius Randle to just do it and not only on an emotional status? That's a big thing moving forward.
We got to get him mad more.
Well, I mean, what is it, like Waterboy? Like we got to mind trick him to, start taking the things and stuff like that. So, but yeah, there was a lot of encouraging signs from that. Like I said before, we started doubling Cat in the post. I thought that was big. Okay, it got the ball out of his hands. It forced him to make quick decisions. You could tell he wasn't ready for some of them. I thought it was big. I thought doubling Edwards on the pick and roll, I thought was gigantic. He did not know how to handle it. He got a lot of turnovers off it. He wasn't making good decisions. I thought those were fantastic adjustments by Tibbs and the team going into the third quarter. And also, too, Fournier was really effective on both sides of the floor in that third quarter. I think that was one of his best quarters I've seen this season from him. Of course, he died out in the fourth, and I think what happened to him was that I think Timberwolves just had enough of it. And you saw they put a lengthy guy on him. They were right up in his face, and Evans just doesn't have the foot speed or the ball handle to get past that. So I thought that's why he fizzled out into the fourth. What did you guys think of the third quarter? How we came out? Did you guys like the energy? What adjustments did you guys see that maybe I didn't see? And let's talk about it. Let's start off with Harwell.
Yeah, I think that was a big quarter for us. The energy was there. I think that was some of the bench players that helped bring us back in that quarter. There was so much going on in that game. Honestly, it was just like one of the games where you just really want to win. But I felt like the energy that we had in the third could carry over to the fourth because normally we don't have great third quarters. And we came out and we was looking pretty good. I didn't see Grimes again. He played pretty well. I know we didn't get to him yet, but I know he was in that third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
You just mentioning Randle just shooting the ball, not hesitating, taking one dribble into his steps to the side or his move in that quarter as well. It was a fluid offense. I always say this about our team, y'all. I feel like we play better when we down, when we losing. If we come out with that mentality and get the lead, even if a team come back, because in the NBA it's a long game.
Mm-hmm.
So even if a team comes back, at least we not, always trying to come back. We get a lead early and they come back on us, then we should be able to turn on our offense again. And I feel like we always playing from behind, giving our best basketball. And when we stop playing from behind, that can change. We shouldn't have had to fight back to come back in that third quarter. What key things I remember from the third is it was a lot of ball movement, extra passes being made. It was team ball. It was great basketball, man. Like, at this moment, there's nothing really specific I can remember about the quarter because when we playing good, it just flows so well,
Right.
So I just feel like we got to be able to keep that energy. And I think Tibbs switched the lineup or whatever he did. And you got to keep some of the players in that changed that brought us back, I think, at some points. I'm not saying Obi in that situation, but in general. Shout out to Kimba as well because Kimba, he didn't make his first couple shots. and then he came in the third and made his first three in the corner. And it's like for him to be out so long and to play so good, we need that presence at the point. That just proves it. I know people say his knees are done, etc. But when we talk about what we need, and when we have a player that come in and play the position, even though he's not 100% or he's not the young point guard that we say we want, look at the difference in the games. He can do the pick and roll with Mitch. He threw Mitch that bounce pass for Mitch to catch that nice dunk.
Yeah.
It was a lot of things that just his point guard skill bring to the table, and he's never even been a passing point guard. But just being a point guard, he can know how to make that play and still make a shot is so valuable.
Let's talk about the stats real quick, Harwell. 6 of 13, 30 minutes, 6 of 13 for the field, 46% for the field, 4 of 8 from 3, 50%, 3 of 5 for the free throw line, 60%, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 turnover, 19 points in 30 minutes.
Wow. That's a night.
For a layoff, that's good.
But he didn't start out all that well, honestly. And
no, he didn't.
I got to give him credit for staying in there. And like I said, they must have had a great halftime talk. Tibbs must have had a good halftime speech because he got them guys to come out. And I ain't gonna front, D. I felt the same way you felt about, oh, here we go, another one of these nights.
Yeah.
And it just, and then it just went a different way. And I was like, yo, this is good. Even when we fight, and I like what Keith and a lot of y'all was just saying, as long as we fight, and we all Knicks fans, we not upset if we lose a game like that because we fought and we know we could have won. We just don't want to see a blowout game get blown out and no effort on the floor. There was a lot of effort after the Martin Luther King Day game. They know they should have came and played harder, so they brought it. I think they brought it late though. I know we talking about the third quarter, so I just trying to remember like when did they really start playing harder? And I think they need to bring that intensity at the beginning of the game. Like, let's just keep it real. You know what I mean? We hang our hats on defense, like I always say. So let's come out with that intensity from the ball tip. How we came out in the third quarter.
Yeah, and that's been a problem the whole season. That's been a problem the whole season. Hardwell, we're an inconsistent team. It's halfway through the season, and we're still inconsistent. You know, in some games it shows, some games it doesn't. Some quarters it shows, some quarters it doesn't. So, you know, is it that maybe we're just an inconsistent team? Is that our ceiling for this team right now? That's something to discuss, right?
It was a lot of yeah, that's definitely something to discuss. But it was a lot of things going on. A lot of adjustments have been made. You know, so you can't look at it like that stuff don't matter. It really does. Like when players' heads ain't in the right place. And, you know, it's just a lot of stuff with our team that's going on. Then we had to get, even though Julius Randle, I know we're going to get to him next. We're going to talk about him. But for him to make that curve and start to play how we want him to play, as far as passing the ball and playing in the system, it looked like the team could be good, especially when we add Cam. And I know we're going to get to that, but I just wanted to say that.
I got you. All right, Harwell, thanks. GSJ, what'd you like from that third quarter? What adjustments did you see? Is this something we have to do moving forward every quarter?
Yeah, so what I liked about it was that it is very simple. We cut into the lane. We drove into the lane and got opportunities based off of the driving kick. So, first play I saw in the third quarter where we got a good score was Kemba driving from the left side of the wing, cut into the lane, 13 feet in, kicked the ball to the baseline, which eventually turned into an open shot for Evan Fournier on the wing. So that right there helped to get Evan Fournier going. Also, I like that he got comfortable enough to where he dribbled into the hokey pokey to hit that corner three. He was comfortable taking his man off the dribble a little bit, so that was telling to where you could tell that he was gonna get the ball a little bit more. He was definitely more comfortable. Overall, just everybody was able to get into the lane and create havoc and opportunities for themselves to where they cut into the lead and eventually took over. So Again, credit to them for adjusting to driving into the lane as opposed to continually passing and settle for perimeter jumpers.
I got you. Okay, dear said thanks.
Good point.
Danny,
Good point.
would you like about the third?
I like the energy. Third quarter, we usually come out half asleep. Usually, I'm just happy about the whole effort for the whole game yesterday. After losing the prior game, I was telling the other day, and like get that killer instinct for this game after getting embarrassed at home. At least they gave the fight. We could have had that game. We really could have won that. We were supposed to win that game yesterday.
We're in position, but we talk about the third.
We fought. The third quarter was amazing for them. And like, there's a lot of those referees, man. A lot of people are getting hacked. Randall's getting hacked a lot, and they were calling a lot of crazy foul calls on Mitch too. But the energy for that third quarter, I'm very happy, and I'm happy with the output they gave yesterday. Even though I wanted to win, I don't like to lose. I gotta give them credit for the game.
Well,
in the third quarter, give them credit for that third.
Right. Okay, thanks, Danny. Well, Julius Randle did shoot 9 of 11 from the free throw line yesterday. So he did go to the free throw line. And the work call was made for him, so can't complain about that. Let's get into Julius Randle real quick. In 38 minutes, about 39 minutes, 6 of 15 from the field, 40%, 0 for 4 from 3, 9 of 11 from the free throw line at 81%, 9 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, 4 blocks, right? When have we seen that? And 3 turnovers for 21 points. Let's talk about Julius Randle last night, y'all. Start off for Harlow.
He had a good game. I still feel like at some points of the game he wasn't really there, like checking in and checking out. Like you brought it up, reference to he was talking with the young guy McDaniels, calling him a baby or a little guy, or hit the weight room, something he said to him.
Yeah.
And then Julius Randle, he was in the game after that. I just feel like if he played with that energy from the beginning of the game, then this is the type of reputation you're going to obtain. This is the type of player they're going to know you for. I think the fact that he shoot the jumper is not a bad thing, right? Because it makes the defense come out to him and close out. That's why he do step backs. Or have you noticed, D, when he hit a couple pull-ups, like you said, he just shot them. It was in rhythm, right? That's when the defense is really worried about him penetrating. And they have to play him a certain way so he has space to go up and shoot. So I don't knock Julius Randle for shooting the mid-range jump shot, because at least we know if he's in that area, his intention is probably to drive. But if they backing up off of him, he has to continue to shoot that and make that shot, because then the defense is going to have to come out on him, and that's what they don't want to do, because those power forwards can't stay with Julius Randle when he's going in toward the basket. So I just wanted to give him some credit for shooting good from the free throw line. Even though he missed one, like you said, he has trouble within the last 2 minutes of the game if he goes to the line. So he has to work on that. He was like 1 or 2 stats away from having a triple-double. So it was a pretty good game for him. He's passing the ball on time. He's doing all the other things. I just feel like he need to be engaged the way he gets engaged when somebody gets him riled up, whether if it's a fan or a player. I think he need to bring that pit bull mentality all the time. And I think that he'll have better games because he plays better when he's mad at another player or something like that. The fan situation was more in his head. So I'm not going to say saying anything to a fan is going to be good for a player at his caliber. But I feel like he shouldn't need anybody to say anything to him to play and start knocking people with, bring that aggression, because he wants to prove himself. And I feel if you come that way, Julius, if you're listening, that's how you're going to prove yourself. Because you trying to get yourself in as a certain caliber player. So consistency is what does that for you, Julius. Consistently being aggressive, consistently looking to be that scoring threat no matter what. I feel like being that, he's a little older and he's been in the league, he's been averaging 20 and 10 for most of his career, so he should be able to get his points. However, get him in the mud. You built for this. You know what I mean? And that's basically my take on Randall. Good game.
Yeah.
Low turnovers.
Yeah, effective in other areas. 2 steals, 4 blocks. Julius Randle was engaged yesterday.
Yes.
And we want to see that more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He ran down and caught that LeBron James block, a chase down block.
Oh yeah, that was
Yep.
nice.
Yep.
You know, so.
Yep. I absolutely agree. He was definitely engaged yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
DSJ, all right, thanks, Harlow. DSJ,
No problem, bro.
what did you think of Julius Randle yesterday?
I think there was a point of emphasis of being a complete player. Defensively, he made a lot of good stances. I like that specific play that Hardwell was talking about. He got stripped of the ball and he didn't give up on the play. A lot of times, normally, that's one of the complaints that we have with Randall, where he'll give up on the play, or he'll complain to the refs. As opposed to yesterday, I think there was a point of emphasis of making sure that he was engaged the entire time. And if it took an emotional response from another player on the opposing team to get him into that zone, then again you got to channel that all the time. You can't allow for one, you can't keep settling for perimeter jumpers. One of my biggest complaints with Randall is that you're settling for jumpers when you have a clear opportunity to take advantage in the mid range and in the post. And he did a great job of that yesterday, where he did a lot more of his work in the post. So I hope he continues that trend. And if Uncle Freezy is right, based off of the stats he showed a few takes ago, a few episodes ago, where he was showing the difference between last season and this season. I hope the trend is going towards last season, where he was operating more in the post, because he showed to be more effective that way.
Absolutely. And also, I think a plus to DSJ is when he's defensively engaged. I think that blossoms more of the other aspects of his game, as opposed to him staying in this, and as opposed to him staying in the safe zone, right, and just floating around the perimeter. I think that's the worst version of Julius Randle.
Plus, it also allows the other teammates to get involved defensively as well, because now it's a tone. It's setting a specific trend on the court at that moment. Okay, if Randall is involved defensively, then again, I have to pick up my slack as well.
Right.
So I think it sets tone, and it sends a message across the board to his teammates as well. So it's not just an individual performance thing. I also think it's a culture setting thing. And I welcome Julius to continue that trend.
Absolutely. All right, thanks, GSJ. Danny, what you think of Julius yesterday?
Very good outing. Very good output. Aggressive, 4 blocks. Defense. He wasn't forcing the issue yesterday. And I'm cool with him taking those mid-ranges. He should take a lot more mid-ranges and drive more. Get to the basket. That guy's a big dude, bro. Not many people could guard that guy. Go down to the basket, take more mid-ranges, less threes, unless you're like wide open, okay. But his play yesterday on the defensive end and offensively, very good. I'm very happy with him. If he could bring that every game, it's going to be a picnic. We need that every game from him. Give us 2-3 blocks a game if you can, because we can do it. I'm very happy with his output. He was 9 assists, 9 rebounds, almost triple-double.
Got you.
All
right.
D, what was Mitch's numbers yesterday? He didn't have good numbers yesterday, right? 8 points,
Mitch's numbers yesterday. I'll tell you right now. Mitch, don't forget, he was in foul trouble too. Keep that in mind. And we could get it to Mitch later. He's a little undisciplined on some of those fouls. 4 out of 5 for the field. 6 rebounds, 6 fouls, 8 points. That was it. Yeah.
And we gotta
So-
get into Taj too. 25 minutes for Taj and 9 minutes again for Obi. We gotta get into that too, D.
Oh yeah. We're getting into all that stuff. Hard Will, hold me down for a sec.
Thanks, D.
Got you, bro. Yeah.
Hard
So,
Will, what do you think? 25 minutes. Do you think he should be out there for 25 minutes?
Cool.
Taj.
Nah, Taj Gibson. I mean,
And 9 minutes for
you got
Obi.
it. I mean, you got to admit that Taj is playing good ball. And what he's doing out there is he's playing good ball. You just got to admit it. Even though he's playing too many minutes, he needs a rest. It's obvious that he needs a rest. And like we said earlier with Sims got to get some more spot minutes so he could be ready for those situations. Reference to just saying put Sims in, or Tibbs got to build them up so they could be ready to play. That's very important. So Taj shouldn't be playing that many minutes, but he's a Tibbs guy. What you think about that situation, DSJ?
I absolutely agree. This is why I brought up that point earlier in my take, and that's where is Sims? Because at this point right now, you're putting a lot of emphasis on trying to recreate something with Taj. I guess that just isn't there. I mean, Father Time is undefeated, and you're relying on somebody who has who's closer to leaving the league to be a point of emphasis on the floor when you should be making sure he's more of an emphasis on other players. So I think again the opportunity to put in Sims right there is paramount, because you have to allow for the rest of this team to grow, or else what are we really doing? You know what I mean? And Taj, and it's funny because there's a move that Taj does under the basket, basically where he gets the reverse hook.
Yeah.
Where his footwork is great, and it gets him open looks. And I wish that he would teach that to the younger guys, because that it seems like nobody's able to stop that move. And for him to be again closer to his way out the door with retirement, this would have been, a great opportunity to teach some of those things that because experience is a great teacher, and he has a lot of it. So Taj definitely needs to cut his minutes down, but there needs to be some work on the other end where you're easing other people in his position to take over.
I agree. In those spot minutes, like we said, and even with McBride at certain points when you just want to slow somebody down, or I felt like with Sims, even though he hasn't been playing because of his height, he probably could have, got a stop maybe because of his height. And Towns, he scored, but he wasn't having that much of a night where we could say he guaranteed would have scored on him. So in reference to DSJ's point, yeah, I would play guys more in the situations to have them prepared. That's just always been my take on things, because we can't overlook just this season. We got to think about building these guys up. So when we need to have them ready, we could put them in the game in those situations. But like I say, I didn't really agree with what he did, because the guy hasn't played in a while. So what's up, Sam? Shout out to Sam.
Yeah.
Chuck just came in the building. What's good, y'all? So our last take, we was on Randall. So Sam, give us your thoughts on Randall from last night and his game. What you thought about his game?
So for me, honestly, I thought Randall played a good game overall, but as we know, and it's proven, Randall, he's just not a clutch player, and that's not even me bashing Randall. That's just what it is. So When it comes down to it, though, I think that Randall played a very great game. Like I said in the previous streams, like these are the type of performances I want to see from Randall. A more balanced Randall where we get 15 to 20 points. You know he's going to get at least 10 rebounds. He almost got that last night. And around 6 to 7 assists is solid for him on a nightly basis. So when he's flirting around the triple-double and playing the way he was last night, I can't really knock him for anything. But I just think as a team, though, we have to do better in the fourth quarter because I caught the game in the fourth when I got back. But, I mean, when it comes down to it, with the turnovers and the missed free throws, a combination of both of those, it really does hurt you. But overall, I think Randall played a good game.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate you. How you doing? Are you good, bro?
Oh yeah, I'm good, man. You know, I only had one class today, so I'm chilling until practice. So it's good to actually relax for a bit.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Yeah, enjoy your break, bro. Chuck, what's good, bro? Give us your take on Randall's game yesterday.
Was good. Can you hear me? Am I choppy?
Yeah, you're good,
No,
Chuck.
I hear you now. Sometimes when you pause, I know it just go in and out sometime, but you good right now. Shout out Jay Boogie, just got in the building.
Salute, Jay.
It's good, Boogie.
Business.
Exactly. I think as far as Randall, I think Randall. This is one of the best outings we've seen from Randall. It was consistent on both sides of the ball. Even though we know what his limitations are on both sides of the ball, I thought he brought a certain level of intensity that, to be honest, he can't just show us this one game and then the next couple games fall back into fade away bad decision Randall. As you can see, that the team feeds off of his energy. So when he's playing this aggressive on both sides of the ball, you saw it kind of rub off on other people. Even we saw Evan Fournier playing some defense that we've never seen him play ever. So we got to give Julius his credit last night. It was a solid game. He did the things that we've been begging him to do, as far as make a quick decision. No dribbling between your legs 8 or 9 times into the shot clock and making a bad decision. Everything was quick, decisive. Excuse me. Him attacking the rim and being aggressive, like that one little sequence where he kept going up until finally he got a foul. I was like, yo, that's the guy we need to see. Yeah. Is my audio messed up?
It's somebody, because this happened to me too. It's
somebody. Echo through somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, it's somebody. I don't think it's you though, Chuck.
But you good, Chuck. It's not you. It's somebody else.
Okay. But that's all I'm gonna say about Randall. If we can get this Randall, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a pregame ritual or he just felt like it. Like, yo, I'm on one tonight. If we can get this version of Randall and this version of the third quarter Knicks, if we can continue this for the rest of the year, I feel like this will be some building blocks for the future.
Got you. I'm going to ask you guys this question too, because I wanted to get you guys' thoughts on the game and what you guys saw from the first quarter to the fourth quarter. So before I do that, let's see if we can clear up this feedback thing, because this thing is killing me right now.
Somebody just needs to mute. If they're not talking, everybody just mute their mic. That's probably what it is.
Well, let's do that. Okay. Jay Boogie, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, salute, man. Good capital S's. Good morning to everybody. Nick Nation, Nick World, Chats Worldwide, and of course to the Bronze Tears and all my family right here on this panel, man. I saw a few things yesterday that made me leery off top.
Okay.
The thing that made me leery was I noticed Edwards was mic'd up and RJ wasn't. That let me know that this dude didn't care. I'm in your building. You know? The guy, what's his name, Noel? Yeah, that guy. They just interviewed him the other night. I was watching him play He doesn't keep the blue collar. He's going to go hard. So, you know what I'm saying? With him doing what he did, you know what I'm saying? I was all right with that because once the first three guys of Minnesota got going early in the first quarter, they top three dogs, Russell, Russell Edwards, and Towns. And then we started eliminating them. That's when they shifted and went to old boy that came off the bench that we was trying to get last year. I can't think of his name off top.
Beasley.
Yeah, Beasley. So then he started cooking, you know what I'm saying? So then answer for him, all four of them, but in the second half, that dude Noel, he took off. Third thing I realized is, I'm in need badly. I need a leader on this team. Bad. I don't want a point guard because that's just your title for your position.
Right.
I need a leader. Because, for example, with our last possession, if that had been somebody like Chris Paul, LeBron, they would have came and got that ball and they would have had us into some type of set that they know how to do, that they have been working, preparing for in this type of situations. Sometimes you got to, work on those type things in case a situation comes where you don't have a timeout. So we was just scattered all over the place. You know what I'm saying? It's nowhere in the world Evan takes 6, 7, 8 dribbles during that time. We all know 3 dribbles after Evan, anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for him to either catch or shoot, something like that. But taking all the dribbles, nah, I didn't like that. I love our energy and our effort to fight. You know what I'm saying? The one game to come back and all that. My most disappointing situation was, Tom, you broke the chemistry. What was going on? Why did you make them subs? See, I know for a fact. Me giving you a sub because I want to rest you because we up. It's different for me just, you know what I'm saying, subbing you because you need a breather. And once you make them subs and threw us out of the game, that messed the whole chemistry up. Because
what substitution are you talking about?
Like when Julius and RJ and all them went, they was cooking all up in that third quarter. You know what I'm saying? When they was doing what they doing, and Minnesota players wasn't doing all they good, so they took them out the game. What you do is you keep mashing the gas and force that coach to bring them guys back in the same way when they started turning over. When we set Julius and all them down for 2-3 minutes, they mashed the gas on it, and it forced us to bring them back in the game. You know what I'm saying? You keep mashing the gas on them guys don't even get a chance to sit. They got to bring them back. They got to bring all the starters back. So I didn't like that chemistry breakup of that game. Besides, I can live and deal with, most of the things that happened yesterday because it happens. I just wish we'd have been on the side of the W. I'm not that RJ because he was in a position that he never was in. He's been he don't took off whereas to the point whereas nowadays, people are starting, playing for him a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? They noticing his game, but he's never been called out in the game. See, he was called out for this game. So he got his feet wet on knowing and understanding what it is to be called out for a game and how you gotta bring your mentalness towards this package. You know what I'm saying? That's different from me going to a game and everybody is planning for me. You got a dude that's ready to get at you, you know what I'm saying? So I needed to see a little bit more completion of a challenge from him. Maybe he was over challenging, you know what I'm saying? That led to some of his turnovers and stuff, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not mad or upset at the game. I know we peaking in the right direction. I know Cam could have helped us yesterday a whole lot. That's 2 games in a row that Cam could have helped us. And I look for us to make another move, you know what I'm saying, to go ahead and lift us off to another, you know what I'm saying, lift us further in the right direction, man. I would have loved to seen us win, you know what I'm saying? Michael J. Fox, he said no way home, so he decided to come with the Teen Wolves last night. I wanted to knock his head off, man, for real, man. But it is what it is. We live and we die, you know what I'm saying, in New York for this right here. You know what I'm saying? We'll wake up the next game and strive to do it again, man.
I hear you. So now let me get your perspective on this before I kick it around to everybody else. What did you feel about Tom's decision to bring in Burke in the last couple of minutes? Did that affect you in any way? Do you feel it should have gone differently?
I'm like this, man. A lot of people, I listen to people saying he should have passed the ball and all that there. You know what I'm saying? You don't know in that situation. All I know is he had a clean look. That was the same. He had the same game that RJ had the other night. The difference was the bad game RJ had. He hit the shot at the buzzer, and we all forgot about it. He had a bad game yesterday, and he missed the shot at the buzzer. So that's why we throwing all these different, narratives about, he should have passed, or he should have did this, or he had a bad game, or maybe he should have been in the game. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If he hits that shot, nobody's even thinking about the bad game he had. You know what I'm saying? So I'm all right with it. It was a step back, one of the most difficult shots it is, a step back trade, but he was wide open. He had a clean look, you know what I mean? So he just had a bad game. He didn't make the winning shot, and that's what we remember the most. But I'm okay with Burks being out there, you know what I'm saying? He feel like, because that guy done been in so many big key situations during this time, whereas, you know what I'm saying, you got to give him a pass sometime. He didn't show up, you know what I'm saying? And that's his area. Fourth quarter, that's his area. So he just ain't show up. It's okay. He'll show up the next time we put him out there.
Got you. Okay, what'd you think about Julius Randle last night?
I think Julius played a great game, He came out there, I think he looked to see and did what he needed to do to get everybody else involved and see how they going and how they coming along, you know what I'm saying? I think, you know what I'm saying, the key moments and key point in times of the game, Julius made some dagger plays, some dagger shots, some dagger passes, some dagger blocks. He made some turnovers too. But overall, I like that effort from Julius, you know what I'm saying? I like him not giving up, you know what I'm saying? And I was listening to a show the other day. They was talking about how, you seen it in his face. He didn't want to go shoot the free throw. Julius wasn't upset about that free throw. He was more upset because you ain't been making these calls all game long. And now all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, we got a wide open kick out. You want to make a call. So that threw him off. He can't let little small things bother him because, you know what I'm saying, now he got to get his mental right, good, ready to go shoot the free throws, man. But I like Julius' overall game. I think he's starting to get out of his nutshell a little bit. He's performing it better. He's finding his rhythm a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? I like what's going on with Julius. Like I just said, I think Cam can help us out. We need to make one more scenario type play. You know what I'm saying? Just one more. That's what we need, man. And be easy on Kimber because he can run Kimber in the ground, tear them knees up again. You got to give him a break after 3 days.
Yeah, he played 30 yesterday. All right, let's kick it around. Sam, so what did you see last night from 1 to 4? Why is my mic doing this, bro? I think I'm going to have to come back in.
I'm muted, so it ain't me.
Yeah, it wasn't doing this throughout the whole time. I don't know why.
Is that yours? It's not mine, right?
It wasn't like this throughout the whole time to now, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe I have to come back in. I'll be right back.
All right.
But yeah, for me, I think what was the question he was asking me 1 through 4? Like, how do I feel the quarters? How do I feel about the game?
Yeah, I think the emphasis was on the second half, the third quarter specifically. We had made a point of.
Go ahead, DJ.
No, I was just trying to answer the question. I think the emphasis was about the third quarter. We outscored the Timberwolves 40-25.
Yeah, so as far as like the second half, I missed the third quarter. I know that we had that big comeback, but I came back in at the fourth quarter. And from what I saw, the Knicks was actually in control of the game. So what I was watching, I'm like, okay, the Knicks had 0 turnovers in the third. It looks like they have the momentum going into the fourth quarter. From what I saw, it just seemed as though the team just made some real just bonehead turnovers that really cost us the game. Yes, the Timberwolves made some as well, but ours were more inflictive on us because they were scoring off our turnovers. They were getting to the line, they were getting fouled, they were getting points off of them. And I already knew pretty much, Evan, he did have a good solid first half, but like I said, if his shot's not falling, Tibbs, you got to go ahead and put Grimes in there just for defense because like Jay Boogie pointed out, Noel just pretty much had a field day. That's what he does. He goes to work. Every time he's in the game, that's what he does because he doesn't really have a specific role in Minnesota. He just kind of goes out there and gets his points. So what they were doing at one point in the fourth quarter was they were just giving him the ball and letting him attack Fournier, just back-to-back plays. So I feel like that at that point, Tibbs probably should have took him out and put in Grimes because Fournier really wasn't hitting like that in the fourth quarter. His shot kind of went cold. So I was
off.
Yeah, I would have made that move. And then about the last couple of plays, like As far as Mitch getting fouled out, I don't know. I don't really like that call. I didn't really like the one on Taj either. But I would have probably went with putting in Obi. I'm not gonna complain about the shot by Burks. It's honestly, like Jay Boogie said, it was a wide open shot, and I didn't really see us looking like we wanted any other type of play to work. I didn't see them even really come out in a set play. It was like we just inbounded the ball and said, "Hey, let's go ahead and take it." And I really wasn't expecting Fournier to go up on three guys and try to make IQ type floater play either.
That was a bad play.
Yeah, so I'd rather I'm not gonna complain about the Burke shot, but I mean, I just think we really just choked that game. I think we were in control of that game in the fourth quarter, and we just let this one go. And like I said, we can't lose these type of games before we go on that West Coast trip.
I agree.
Facts plus tax.
I agree. Who else? What else we missed? Oh yeah, what did you think about R.J. Barrett? Sam.
Honestly, I didn't really see anything of Barrett in the fourth quarter, to be honest with you, because that's basically when I started watching the game. He didn't really do much in the fourth quarter. I'm not sure what he did before then. The only play that I saw that was crucial on RJ's point was two plays, and they were both turnovers. The first one was when he just passed it directly to Anthony Edwards, which I'm pretty sure everybody remembers that one. And the second one was when D'Lo got that strip on him. Now, that was a key strip. You could argue he may have got fouled before that, but I mean, those are two key turnovers that RJ Barrett had. And besides that, I didn't really see much else in the game.
Okay.
Will, do you think that play was drawn up for Fournier to go for a layup, or do you think the whole thing was botched?
Nah, it was no timeout, so it was a no play. I don't think he should have did that. I think Randall should have went. Randall should have got the ball to the basket, but he probably didn't want the ball because of the free throw situation. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I would rather have Randall for a layup than Fournier.
No, but Randall did get the ball and he threw it to Burks and they called the foul, but it wasn't shooting. Remember?
Right, that was right before.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Burks shot when time was running out. You can't say too much about that. I agree with the fellas on that. Because Kimber was there for the next pass, but I don't think that really. We can't say that cost us the game. My feeling on it is time is running out. We don't have no more timeouts, so we got to make the best of it. I think Julius Randle should have got the ball back, but Julius Randle tipped the ball out, and that's when they grabbed it. So
hey, Will, my counter to that though, right?
Thank you.
In regards to that shot, was that he elected to dribble the ball to the 3-point line as opposed to where he was at. He already had enough space to take the shot right there to tie the game. He drove the ball outward to the 3-point line to try to win the game. At a game when you already, wasn't effective scoring wise. So that's why, like I said, the first thing I thought was it that maybe he didn't see Kemba, and so let me elect to take the shot because I am open. And I created even more space by dribbling out to the 3-point line to try to win the game. Again, you can't complain but so much about the shot because again, he was open. And the best thing about it is that he was open. So even with him going 0 for 3 at the end of the game, it was only 2 shots he missed prior to that. So again, it was well within reach. I guess the biggest thing is, would you have elected to take the 2 to tie the game and send it into overtime, or try to win it all right there? So that's more mindset of an individual than actual team play or plays drawn up by the coach.
Yeah, I think the shot was basically, it wasn't a bad shot because, like I said before, he made one when they swung the ball when Randall swung the ball. So, I mean, he maybe didn't have to shoot a 3, but time is running out, so you can't be too hard on him on that shot. Plus, he's our Swiss Army knife. He do make a lot of shots.
Did we curse Burks? Because we was giving him a lot of credit. And right after that credit, he has this kind of game.
Yo, I was thinking that this morning, DSJ. That's hilarious.
Burks, I'm sorry. From now on, I'm criticizing everything you do because we can't allow games like this anymore.
He's a Swiss butter knife.
I'm looking at this last play right now, and the thing that concerns me is that I do like the set. I just don't like the fact that we elected Evan Fournier to attack on the pick and roll.
Yeah.
Was
I
Kimbo
think,
out there?
yeah, Kimber
He
was
was
there,
out there.
Yeah,
and
he was
Burks could have
open.
gotten him.
He was
Burks
hot.
could have
He
gone.
was
I
hot.
mean, Evan could have gone Burks at the corner by himself too.
Yeah.
So I don't know why my mic's doing this. It's so damn annoying.
So, hey, D's, let me ask you this real quick. When we got that, because I can't all the way remember, when we got that possession, that last possession, how much was on the clock? Was it 124?
19.2.
See, that's what I'm talking about, a leader and not just a point guard because of your name. Kimber, no, you're supposed to go get that ball off top. You know you're supposed to bring that ball up court and go into your high pick and roll with Julius and go off that. Either you can come off and shoot or you can go back to Julius. And most of the time, RJ, you know what I'm saying, wind up cutting from the opposite side or you hitting Evan. Did they know? You know these things, man. But, you know, in that moment, I guess they locked their brains up. I don't know.
Well, look, they definitely ran up a set, and they said they ran a double drag screen for Kemba, and then they looked out Evan from another Julius screen after. But my thing is that why did they elect Evan to attack the PNR here? That's my real question. Because, and once again, we talk about a void of leadership, where this is Randall or RJ saying, "Give me this ball." You know what I'm saying? You don't see it here. He's running a screen for Evan, and then Julius doesn't even roll all the way to the basket. He sets the screen and he's kind of trotting with Evan instead of slashing to that basket and putting pressure on the defense. So a lot of things went wrong that possession. Not just Arrow Burke not looking out for Kemba, although he could have. Yeah, he could have had him, and he looked at him too.
He looked at him, right? Yeah.
Did Burks get it going to J.R. Smith mode? Did he forget what the score was? we tried to hit a trade before.
J.R. Smith mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chuck, I didn't get your thoughts on the game yesterday from the fourth quarter.
Okay, so the first half was garbage.
Yeah.
One thing that we have to talk about is that a young guy, RJ Barrett, has no open floor moves.
Yeah, he goes one direction.
He's one direction.
Mm-hmm.
Every time he's in the open court, he tries to set up for that Euro step. He stutters one way and then try to go over the top of the guy. He's gotten so many charges from trying to do that all season. I'm not going to really say anything about, him in the Anthony Edwards battle, because clearly athleticism on the perimeter is a problem for us. And I know there's probably going to be some people in the chat. Well, you could put Grimes on him. Grimes got roasted as well. Like, that kid's first step is so explosive. He was getting them every single time. But then we went with the double team.
Yeah,
because we couldn't just put one guy on him. So we started double teaming and getting the ball out of his hands. I think this is a minor concern. No, this is a concern because if he's going to be our go-to guy in the future, those things have to start developing, especially in games like this when you're playing a team that shoots themselves in the foot just as much as we do. Like, you should be able to take advantage and impose your will. I know when you speak about RJ, anything that is not, giving him flowers is somehow hate. But I saw that was a glaring observation last night in the first half. I was like, yo, yeah, he can get to the paint, but if it's not from a pick or a screen from someone, then he can't create the separation to get exactly where he wants to. Like, his handles is not necessarily there. Okay. For some reason we come out flat.
Yeah.
And teams take the lead. Yo, we can't keep, like, the really good teams will just always be in the rear chasing and hoping for a fourth quarter comeback. I don't think we should be playing like that.
Not a good formula.
That isn't. I'm impressed with the third quarter because more often than not, our third quarters have been the third quarters of doom. But it seemed like they all came out with a certain level of urgency, and it showed. Guys were getting people involved. We knocked Randall for being hero ball, but Randall gets rid of the ball now. He tries to make good decisions, except everyone can't. Jumping and trying to pass the ball is a terrible thing. Throwing the ball across your body, across court, is a terrible pass. Like, Harwell, you're a coach. D, you're a coach. You would lose your mind if your kid was doing that.
Very few players all that throw that pass. Yeah.
Right. So in the pros, it's like, bro, why are you trying to make a pass like that? Those are minor things. Those are mental issues, mental lapses. So we have to tighten up on those things. The only reason I'm not too down on the loss is that we're not as good of a team because our parts just aren't meshing. They don't necessarily have the time to mesh well, but we can see. But we see what can happen when we're on one accord. Now, as far as the last play goes, what if Obi was in the game? Y'all would have been cool with Obi taking that three? I'm asking a real question.
Oh, you know the answer, Chuck.
You know the answer, bro.
No, Chuck.
Okay, then. So we also have to take a look at this roster as well. Damn, if Tibbs is not trusting these guys, how good are these guys? Like, I would be extremely pissed as a big man. Our major guy goes out. Old man Taj is just what he is. And you mean to tell me I'm a 7-footer, under 25, under 20, and you're not going to give me an opportunity? Yeah. Well, maybe you don't deserve an opportunity. Maybe you're not ready yet. To say that we would have put Sims in and he would have slowed down Cat. He was making. Mitchell Robinson had a hard time.
Yeah.
Yep. And Mitchell Robinson has more experience.
Yeah.
Taj absolutely had a hard time guarding him out in space because of Cat's skill set. Obi Toppin is still not that type of defender yet, where you would want him out there trying to guard someone like that. It's just a battle that he's not going to win at the moment. So Coach Tibbs needs to make better adjustments. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Guys have to hit open shots, and then guys got to put in the work to make themselves available. Because it can't be the coach hates everybody. Right. Because if he hates everybody, he's not going to play the people that y'all think should be played. Then you either got to get rid of them or you get rid of the coach.
Yeah.
Right.
So I thought it was a learning experience, and we're gonna be all right if we can match what we did in the fourth quarter. If we come out in the first quarter, we'll get teams out of the way. We won't have to be fighting from the behind position, and we can win enough games to make this play in.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chuck. The mic was good, and then the feedback started coming back. So did somebody just unmute their mic? We got to get to the bottom of this. Okay. See, you want to win now. Kind of. All right. Anyway, let me get to some juicy topics here, gentlemen, because we're about 2 hours in right now. Let's get to the good stuff here. I'll veg you back off what Freezy told me this morning. So shout out to Freezy. He thought of this to me this morning. He told me this about 7 o'clock in the morning. And let's talk about it. Does Tom Thibodeau have a personal issue or bias to Obi Toppin? Is this a real thing? Is this something that maybe be hindering his development? Is this something that maybe Obi's not doing his job and we're overreacting, or Tom just has a bias? How does that work? Let's start off with Harwell.
Well, I kind of changed my stance a little bit on Obi because I want him to stay aggressive. He kind of came out aggressive yesterday on his rebounding and certain things I seen him doing. But like Chuck just said, would you want him to be on the floor to maybe get that last second shot? That was a great point, great example. So we could clear the air with the whole Tibbs substitution thing. We'll be in a bad situation. Like, nobody has a lot of opportunities to make mistakes unless you in the plans, obviously. So one person make a mistake, they may come right out the game. He came out the game the other day for missing free throws. So I do feel like what you told me, D, about some of these bouncy teams, we do need Obi athleticism and his speed. Somebody else mentioned how Tibbs treat him like the youngest son. I agree with that because he made me think that the way he sub Obi is going to bring a more aggressive Obi on the floor. I'm not sure if that's translating or if that's working. If it don't change, I just wish him the best because, those minutes need to be going to somebody who's going to come in and do the things that the team need. I do feel like he do need the opportunity to develop like other players on our team. But that's just how Tibbs is. Yesterday, he had 6 rebounds. I did notice he was going up for the rebound more than he normally would. That's what Freezy always say. Why is he not using his athleticism and why he's not snatching all the rebounds and why he's not getting blocks? I kind of agree with some of that because if you're not getting run for your offensive game that you bring to the table, then maybe you could get run from the defensive intensity and blocks and rebounding because we do need that on our team, So I don't feel bad for nobody who can't change the situation for themselves, even though it's not fair, honestly. It's not fair. But when you're in a situation that's not fair, you got to look yourself in the mirror and say, me and D said this many days, what type of coach you have to impress him. There's only a few ways to impress him, the defensive end or making your shot better. So hopefully Obi works on his shot, his ball handling skills, and his defense so he won't continue to have to be in that situation. And that's my take on Obi.
Okay, well, thanks. DSJ.
No problem.
You got the question, right?
Yeah, because I posed it initially as well. Does Tom Thibodeau have a problem with athletic front court players? Because he's treating Obi Toppin the exact same way he treated Tyrese Thomas in Chicago. Now, the difference in that situation is this. Tyrese Thomas had a reputation of being lazy and relying solely on his athleticism to get him in the game. Obi Toppin, by accounts of a lot of especially Tibbs, is a hard worker and is willing to be coached. So under those circumstances, the only thing that I have right now in common with those two players are their athleticism. So is it a problem with the athleticism? Because you pull him from a game for making an athletic dunk. Now, again, he makes the dunk. So you can't sit there and say, oh, you elected to try to put on a show and miss the dunk. No, he makes the dunk. So you'll pull him for that. You'll pull him for any little thing, I was watching that game against I forgot who it was we were playing, but Atlanta as a matter of fact. And Onyeka Okongwu pulls Obi Toppin by his arm to get himself a free shot. Prior to that dunk, he defends Danilo Gallinari's 3-point attempts, and he misses. Gallinari misses. So as far as the defense aspect goes that Will was talking about, there's a showcase at least of improvement on defense. As opposed to the shot situation, well, you got to have more opportunities because you can't do anything with only 3 or 4 attempts.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So to that point, again, this is where I beg the question: is it the athleticism, the athletic front court players that Tibbs is not a fan of? Because maybe he thinks that this is going to be another Tyrese Thomas situation.
Mm-hmm. So you feel that this is a personal bias?
Yes.
And you feel like there's just certain attributes that Obi has that rubs Tom the wrong way, and therefore he's getting the treatment because of that.
Absolutely.
Could be.
Okay.
But it's all speculation, so I don't want anybody to sit there and think that this is a hard stance that I'm taking. It's just a question that I pose because, again, what other reason do you have at the moment? If you're not developing him to be a better player, right? Then why are you playing him? You know, why are we electing to keep him as opposed to offering trades up and maybe sending him to another team where he can be valuable to somebody else?
Right. I hear you, DSJ. And don't worry about that speculation stuff. This is your take. This is what you feel. This is what you're seeing. We appreciate the take, no matter what. Let me move on here to Danny Landis. Is it personal?
Sir.
Is it personal, or is it just, is Obi doing this to himself? What is it looking like?
I don't think it's personal. I think it's just like maybe in practice, like Obi's like lackadaisical. He's not giving it his all, and like he sees he can't really. He's not trying hard. Maybe laughing too much, or maybe it could be a little personal, like half and half, But maybe he thinks like also Tibbs is like he's not ready yet. He's not, but not playing, you're not going to get better just sitting there. And then you're giving Taj 25 minutes and only 9 minutes for Obi.
Mm.
I mean, Taj is a smart player, and I give him credit because Taj plays hard every game. He doesn't have it like he used to, but he's still trying hard for his age, And
Right.
That's like Tibbs only trusts like certain people. So maybe Tibbs really doesn't have the trust in Obi yet. Doesn't trust him yet, really. I think it's just like all in practice too. I think it's like your outing, how hard you work in practice. I think that's what it is with the coach too. What do you think, D?
No, I'm gonna kick it around and then I'll go ahead and give my thoughts. But okay, so you feel like Obi's done this to himself and Tibbs doesn't have a personal thing with him.
That's what I think, to be honest.
Okay, no problem. All right, Danny, thanks for the take.
Thank you.
Jay Book, what are you thinking?
Hey, first thing first, man, I need y'all to, stop panicking. Go ahead and hit that like button. Support the show, man. Get some like buttons going on. You see what's happening. All this is free. We just ask you if you type in, just reach over a little bit and hit the like button, man. Thumbs up to the show. You rock with us every day, every morning. We're doing it for y'all, man. My thing is this right here with Tom, yo. He is completely not rocking with that dude. He know that shouldn't have been his pick. Tom wants that pick back. You know what I'm saying? 2 reasons. Obi should not be on this team. Number one is if the tournament would have went on that year, that man would have been top 3 because he was going to terrify the 64 point blank. Number 2 is he shouldn't have been on our team because the 8th pick, because everybody in the world know we needed a guard. But once again, we went for a story, you know what I'm saying, instead of getting the player in. So Tom is not rocking with that dude, you know what I'm saying? And then the opportunities that he get and he present for himself, he don't take a full advantage to where, you know what I'm saying, the office is not coming down, knocking on the door, talking about why is this guy not playing? He's not making a threat, you know what I'm saying, example out on their court. It's more looking like more in the Tom's favor. Tom has something that's getting ready to go on. I believe that man is in a package deal. They ain't trying to really force him out there. You don't have plenty of opportunities to do what you need to do. You ain't get it done. You know what I'm saying? I'm not rocking with you. He already said a week and a half ago, I'm going to start narrowing this down to a 9-player rotation. I don't know how he gonna do that, but you know, Grimes is a part of whatever that rotation is because they did not include him in that Cam Reddish deal. So Tom is trying to make his own mark on what he need to do and what he want to do. And right now, Obi is nowhere near, you know what I'm saying, amongst Tom's plans at all. Period. You know what I'm saying? I feel bad for the kid, you know what I'm saying? But you know, like I say all the time, I love the name on the front. I don't love the name on the back. And you know what I'm saying? Hard will know how I feel about him. Hard will know me and him we got a record with Obi. I ain't even dropping. You know what I'm saying? So I feel bad for the kid. His situation, his time is not going to be here in New York. And Tom is letting it be known that, yo, you're not in my rotation. Y'all need to figure that out because y'all can package him somewhere and get me a guard, what I should have had with the 8th pick.
Right. So you feel like Obi was just doomed from the beginning?
Yeah, he doomed.
Yeah.
I just want to say that Obi record is fire too, J Boogie.
Appreciate that, man.
But now you got to go ahead and think like, where is the front office of the coaching staff at? If this is your first draft together as an administration, and y'all already diverged on your 8th pick,
I get that what you're saying, but like I'm saying, it doesn't seem like it's a problem with the team because the office didn't come down. If the office hasn't come down and say, yo, this in here, blah, 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 because it would show because he'll be getting more playing time. You know what I'm saying? Tom will be putting them in there more. You know what I'm saying? But being that that's not showing, I don't see that the office is coming down, running down on the situation. I think Tom has the control.
Okay, so now, right, let's throw that into perspective now. Now, if we know that, right, and let's say that's the scenario, can we make the case that possibly we're robbing Obi out of his first couple of years of really developing and evolving in the NBA because he's not fitting a certain criteria and it's status quo? Can we make that argument?
Yeah, we do make that argument, but I don't think I put that on Tom. I put that on office. And I think the office knows that, and they're taking the blame for it. That's why they're not pressuring Tom. That's just how I feel about it.
I got you, Jay Boogie. All right, thank you, man. Yep. Chuck, what's your thoughts?
Good point, Boogie.
Thank you, Will.
Obi Top, I agree with Jay Boogie that we shouldn't have taken Obi at that spot because right now if we had a point guard outside of Kemba Walker, we would be in a better position. Like if we had a younger point guard outside of like Kemba could have still came, but if we had that guy that we were grooming, he would be getting those bench minutes and those minutes where Kemba knees aren't great. This quickly at point guard situation got to stop. But back to Obi Toppin. When you're there's a guy in front of you that offensively you're not better than, defensively you're not better than, and we can all agree that Julius Randle isn't the greatest defender, right? Obi Toppin should have been working on other things to make himself a commodity.
Of course.
If he knew he wasn't going to get on the floor as much because you got Julius Randle there. His hustle should have been at a different level. His defensive intensity should have been at a different level. All of the things that we complained about RJ from his first year to his second year, RJ started taking steps. Okay, my jump shot is not good. Let me work on my jumper. Came back the next year, jumper's a lot better, right? Okay, well, fine. He's hitting jump shots, but they're wide open three-pointers. He can't shoot off the dribble. What does he do the next offseason? Work on shooting off the dribble. So there's so much that you can blame on the organization, but then as the athlete, as the player, you have to take some responsibility too, because you're a professional. There are plenty of professional people that have a specific job working at a specific company, but they know they want to get a raise, or they want to be look for or be a candidate for a higher position. So they take weekend classes. They go to seminars. They do what they do to get better, or add to their resume to say, see what I can do. So it will put them in a position where, okay, yeah, all right, well, you're good for the position, D. Yeah, we're gonna move you up. We're gonna give you the bump in pay and things like that. Obi Toppin hasn't done any of that. And so to GSJ's point, if I had a bad experience with something, like I had a bad experience with roller coasters. So it don't matter what you talking, who's going, how high it is, how low it is, how fast it is, how many loops. Chuck ain't getting on no roller coaster. Come on, bro. Like, this is something different. You can nah. And here's what happens. I end up missing out on a good time because of the one bad experience that I had. So if Tyrus Thomas was a bad experience for Tibbs, meaning a guy with all of the athletic ability, but none of the work ethic, none of the passion to play the game, and just relying on their athleticism, then when he sees a guy like Obi, where things may look very easy to him because of his athleticism, he looks at Obi and be like, "Oh yeah, that's right. That's another Tyrus Thomas." Now, he's not ready. If we want to see where Obi Toppin is going to be, trade him somewhere else.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with that. And another thing that I brought up too, I'll just veggie back what you were saying, is that if I was Obi Toppin this offseason, I would have said, okay, I see how this is going. I'm playing behind the guy that won most improved player, made second all NBA team. I'm with a coach that obviously he values defense at that position because he's all about rim protection and front court, post D and all that. I'm gonna come in this training camp, right? And I'm going to be a defensive monster. I'm going to show that I can guard multiple positions. I'm going to show that I have toughness down there in the paint, to leave not a choice for Tom Thibodeau, where Tom Thibodeau can't say, I'm not playing you, Obi. He can't say that now, because now he's doing everything in which the coaching staff is asking for him. I think Obi did a bad job of that over the offseason, and it didn't really help his stock within the team and the coaching staff.
D, you think it's the coaches too that have a problem, that they're not teaching him well? Think that the wrong guys?
We'll get into all that, but you keep on getting to the questions that I'm going to end stuff with. So just
My bad, sorry.
It's okay. You didn't know. Okay, Chuck, that's all you got, brother? Oh, you're on mute.
As far as Obi Toppin goes, yeah. Like I don't. Me personally, I don't dislike Obi. I just know that I don't see what everybody else sees as, yo, he's going to be a superstar. Like a superstar would have been took Randall out at the beginning of the season. Like the first year, okay, pandemic season, bubble season, whatever the case may be. But this is the guy I have to beat, and I'm a superstar. Like I'm not waiting in the wings. Like I'm bringing my A game every practice, every game, making it to a point where, yo, you can't ignore me. I'm too big to ignore. Obi hasn't done that.
Yeah.
So, like I said, if you want to see what Obi really is or what he's going to be, trade him to another team.
I hear you. And then it's also a thing where we have to do it at the right time as well. I think time is everything with trade value. And you have to get it at a right time, because then you can maximize your value on what you have. You don't want to wait too long, because I think the maximization of that value might dry up. So if you're not going to roll with him, make a quick decision now. If it's something that you still see in the future, then let's do a better job of implementing him in the game, and maybe get into the things of what you want him to do, and make him play a couple of more minutes and see if he can do that. So that's the whole conundrum there. All right, Chuck. Thanks, man.
Hey, salute to y'all. I'm about to jet out and everything. I just wanted to show love again and appreciate the conversation as always. Salute to the chat. Salute to everybody in the panel. It's all love.
Sugar Ray Leonard,
Yes, Jay. Salute, bro.
No doubt. Peace.
Peace.
Before I move on to Sam, we got 118 watching, got 97 likes. We're 3 more away from hitting the 100 mark. Come on, guys. It takes 1 second to put it in, support the platform. Greatly appreciate it. Sam, to the question, does Tibbs have something personally against Obi? Is it a bias, or is it just that Obi's not performing to standards? What is it?
I'm gonna take the same exact point. Jay Boogie pretty much said exactly what I wanted to say, and I agree with him wholeheartedly on that. And I've been saying this for the past couple of streams. If y'all listen to me, I said this a while ago. Obi should have known, just like how you saying, he knew what the situation was coming into this season. So what I suggested was that Obi should have been very good at one thing so that Tibbs cannot take him out. He needs to be very good at something. I don't care if it's offense, defensive wise, something to where Tibbs will have to put you out there. I know we all want to say, yeah, man, he's not, a defensive player. Evan isn't either, but he's a good shooter. He's very good at shooting for clutch shots for Tibbs. So that's why he's on the court. Obi's not out there because he's not good at either one, very, very efficiently at either one. So since Obi hasn't really worked on either sides of the ball, that's why he's not out there. And I said it a while ago. I see Obi asking for a trade.
I think it's Danny.
Yeah, because it's not me. I don't know what that. Yeah.
Put on mute, Danny.
I see Obi asking for a trade simply because you're the 8th pick in the draft, and you can't sit back and just keep watching yourself not even get any minutes in the league as if you're a bust. So I see him wanting to want out regardless of the situation just because he's not playing. But like I said, it's partially on him. I'm not blaming Tibbs, mainly because of the fact that Obi knows what he needs to work on just to get on the court, because there's certain things that you have to do as a player to fit your coach's profile so that you can get minutes. You can't put it all on the coach for just not getting you in there. You know what your coach preferences are. You know his coaching style, what he likes to see out of his players, and you see why the people ahead of you are getting minutes. So maybe you should work on some of those things. I'm not going to sit up here and just blame Tibbs for it.
I hear you. So, go ahead, Chuck.
I just want to add to what Sam you were spot on. Let's take a look at a guy like Jokic. Jokic was picked in the 2nd round, right? He came off the bench, but you knew he was a superstar by that 2nd year. 14 games into the second year, he was the starter, and they're getting ready to move Nurkic for him. So if you're that superstar guy and everyone about the superstar talent that we're hating on in Obi would have made the decision easy. Yo, we gotta put Randall on the block. It's his highest value right now, coming off of this most improved 2nd team All NBA. Let's go ahead and trade him and get somebody or get some pieces that we can add to this, because Obi Toppin is just that absolute monster. And we have not seen that. We've seen some amazing dunks. Yes, he has athleticism, but athleticism at this level is a dime a dozen. Right. Because one of the head coaches that everyone's talking about right now, Darvin Ham. Do anybody remember when he played?
Yeah.
He could jump out of the gym.
Yep.
But what did that translate to? What was his career like? Okay. So that's it on Obi from me.
So I'll go Harwell, you want to say something?
No, I gave my take on Obi. I think you called on me first. I was just agreeing with what Chuck just said.
Gotcha. I saw you put your hand up. I thought you wanted to ask.
Ham wasn't really. He just was athletic, like he said. Great take, Chuck.
I'm gonna boil it down to this, guys. I think it's just a bad fit. I just think to what Obi could bring to the NBA, I don't think this is an ideal spot for him. And it's not a fact that I think it's Tibbs' fault. I think it's Obi's fault. I just think that it just doesn't fit. And I'll give you an example. According to mathematics and algorithms, and per 36 minutes, Obi Toppin would be averaging 17.5 a game. He'll be averaging 8.5 rebounds, almost 2.5 assists, shooting 77% for the free throw line at 4.2 attempts. Still shooting 20% from 3. We already know that. Field goal percentage at 52% off 12.7, almost 13 field goal attempts a game. That's what the per 36 numbers say, as far as for Obi Toppin. If you look at his advanced analytics, right? So things I like to focus on is defensive box plus minus, stuff of that nature. Because what happens is that with the plus minus, when you look at the teams like NBA.com or something like that, that's the team. You see? So 3 guys could be playing well, 2 guys could be playing bad, and could bring down the plus minus to a minus for the guys that are playing well. With this advanced stat, it's the player itself. He has a positive on value over replacement player. He has a positive on box plus minus at 0.7. And don't forget, this guy barely plays. He has a positive on defensive plus box plus minus. He has a plus on defensive win share. Now, it's not great, but it's not bad either. His win share is 1.9, which is decent. So the analytics are saying that it could work with Obi. I could get into deeper stuff, but I don't want to go too far. Keep this out. Shout out to Stephen Fox. He showed me some of this stuff too, and I greatly appreciate that. Shout out to Sports 5 TV. I think Obi has 91 shots within the paint area as a total. 58 of those are dunks. 28% of his shots within that paint area are dunks. Another thing to look at too is that Obi Toppin, let me go to the stat right here real quick. Obi Toppin is shooting 71% at the rim. Yeah, and he's 91 out of 128, and 58 of those are dunks. So it seems like there could be some wiggle room, and there could be some extra minutes for Obi. Tom doesn't want to play him 20 minutes. That's understandable, especially if he has a certain criteria and principality to how he wants to run his team and how he sees his big. Okay, that's fine. But I would not be playing him. What did he play last night? 9 minutes. Yeah. That's ridiculous. Especially, go ahead, Chuck.
It was like when I was when we was exchanging messages last night, it was like, okay, yes, I understand he's not your cup of tea, but Taj Gibson is like a 2-minute wonder, meaning in 2-3 minutes at the most, you're going to get the best basketball that you could possibly get out of Taj. Because he's washed. He's old. He's older. He don't have the stamina and juice like he did 15 years ago, right? So why not play Obi? Why not give him more minutes than what you did? Taj didn't do anything necessarily great to warrant what he got 25 minutes last night.
Who, Taj? I'll tell you right now. 25.
25 minutes. Taj Gibson doesn't need to be playing 25 minutes. And then that makes me think there's a problem. Like, we have no big men. If Taj is playing 25 minutes, Taj shouldn't be playing that. Like he cannot sustain that microcosm of play an entire game. Like he doesn't have it. And so that leads me to believe either Tom just really hates Obi, or Obi doesn't do enough to justify him getting a lot of minutes. Yeah, but even then, quiet money, Taj shouldn't have been playing center as many minutes as he did. Like you're gonna have to make a decision with some of the guys that's out there. Like they have 6 fouls. Mitch was in foul trouble. Taj doesn't have the stamina to necessarily keep up with these young guys. So you have to go. I think you have to go with either Obi Toppin, who's gotten more minutes than Sims, or, for better or worse, not in crunch time, but in the middle moments of the game, there should have been a Sims sighting. He gets cooked. He has 6 fouls. foul him. Send the big man to the line. Make him make those free throws. You can't be too stubborn when your cupboard is bare, yo. Like you can't be that picky when you don't have that much to choose from.
Right.
Yo, I hate tuna fish, but that's all you got in your cabinet.
Right.
Gotta find some different meals with that tuna, right?
Yeah.
And find a way to make it work.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you, D. He's just not a good fit. I'm not like I said, I'm not calling Obi trash, but he's not a good fit with this team. We know that. He's not a
Yeah.
Tibbs player, and he's not apparently whatever Tibbs wants to see out of his players, Obi has not worked on. Like I said, he's not made himself very good at any of those things that Tibbs like to see out of his players. So because of that, Tibbs doesn't feel forced to play him. And let's be honest here. If Obi wasn't drafted in top 10, I don't think he would even see the court. We see what he's doing to McBride and Sims. If I'm being honest here, I don't even think Obi would even get a single minute if he was not a top 10 pick. That's just me
I
personally.
agree. Now, I just want to say in reference to what Chuck
Oh.
was just saying, you know, we don't blame Tibbs for it because he didn't prepare. Like, you got to prepare these guys. I blame Tibbs for not putting them in spot minutes to have them better prepared for these type of situations. Because, like you said, if you don't have nobody, then you still have a body. You still have a big guy who could put his arms up. He does catch blocks. And you don't have to be in the game all the time to catch a block. Sometimes the hunger from you knowing that you should be playing could generate that for you. Like Targe is out there getting all the minutes. Somebody just mentioned that as well. I'm sure Sims feels some type of way. Sometimes when you get on the court for a little bit of time, you could just do all the right things because you know they should be playing you more. And we already get that from Obi sometimes. But that doesn't translate for him getting more minutes. So when we see those type of things going on, we have to blame the person who's doing it to them. Because one time we're gonna blame Obi for messing up, but Obi's doing good. He played, he had a good game. I think he had 19 points, then he came back and had 9 minutes, and he haven't been getting minutes since.
Right.
So I feel like if he's gonna have a good game, then we're supposed to keep building him up to prepare him for the situations like yesterday. But he squashed his confidence after that good game when he played in the COVID situation when he had 19. And we could have built off of that because even RJ built off of those games when he had big games to translate the way he's doing now. So you can't say that Obi wouldn't be doing the same or Sims. So we have to peel a layer back and try to blame the people who are not. Don't put them in anytime, but we've had ample amount of opportunities for you to put these guys in. And that's all I want to say about it.
Yeah, and it goes to a case of like, you have to adjust your roster based on the adjustment of what's going on with the game. And I think, for example, these two games, I think seeing a lot more Obi earlier. If he doesn't trust him at the fourth quarter, fine. But at least in the first half of the third quarter, let him get a little bit more burn, see what he produces out there, because he might do something which would make you think, you know what, maybe I could play him a couple of minutes this fourth quarter. He's had high energy tonight. He's had, stuff like that. And I just don't think those things are experimented on enough. You know what I'm saying? And he's not mixing chemicals to see what comes from that. And, because I'm looking at these Obi numbers and he's impactful.
Very. He's very impactful.
He's impactful in his limited minutes. Now, defensively, we can have our gripes about that. And yes, he does have to get better. I could go over those numbers if you guys would like.
Sure, D.
He's at the bottom. He's like at the top 30 bottom wise in most of these defensive statistics for his position.
Wow.
So, for example, block percentage, what percentage of opposing shot attempts that the player block? He's at the top 40 bottom in his position. Steals, how many steals did the player get per team play? He's at the bottom 23 of that. How many defensive fouls did the player commit per team play? He's actually in the middle of the pack with that. Now, whether that's from energy or whether that's from a lack of defensive IQ, that's up for you guys to judge. Offensive rebounding, field goals. What percentage of his team's missed field goals did the player rebound? He's at the bottom 30 with that. What percentage of the opponent's missed field goals did the player rebound? He's at the bottom 30 with that. So I can see from these defensive numbers, I can see where Tom has a short fuse with him. Because especially when we do talk about his athleticism and his bounce, he should be getting to the basketball a little bit better. And he should be getting to spots a little bit better. But I think at the end of the day, the problem with him is, and this is something I would have worked on with him in the offseason, I would have worked on his feet. I would have made him a lot more quicker through the lane and better to chop his feet better when he closes out. I would have worked on that big time. And I also would have worked on his hips as well. He's a little stiff on his hips. He's a little high, a little stiff. So I would have made that a little bit better for him as well. It's a hand-to-hand thing, bro. And I think at the end of the day, if you're not going to use the guy, if you're not going to utilize your 8th pick, right, the player of the year, and if you don't see a future for him here, get rid of him by February 10th.
Yeah.
Let's maximize the value for what we have now, because I'm pretty sure there's teams out there that say, hey, we could do something with Obi. You know, I can imagine him just running up and down the court. Because one thing about Obi, besides the energy, people don't talk about it, he is very well conditioned. He could go back and forth. He cool with that. So I think there's value in that for certain teams, especially he does have good hands. He does finish well around the rim as far as, you know, on alley-oops and transition. So I think you got to move forward for him if you're not going to move with that. Okay, let's shout out the super chat real quick. Thank you, Romelo Alvarez. I hope I said it right. Thank you for the generous contribution. Knicks fans rather trade a system player than address their weakness, which is the point guard position. With the real point, he averages 20 and 8. There's no argument here. We think a point guard would make a life easier on everybody else on the team as well, not just Obi. And also make life easier on the coaching staff as well.
Imagine him on Phoenix, right?
So that's hold on, Dan. That's a front office gripe. Because front office is not making that move. Now, if you want to put Tom Thibodeau with that because you feel he has a decision, you could go that route too. But either way, we all know that with a capable point guard, right, it will look a lot better. But then I have a question though. How many point guards are out there that are capable of making the guys like that better around them at that clip?
Not many. Right now.
I've looked. I haven't seen too many. And then the ones that are available, you're going to have to give up a lot to get them. Okay? DeJounte Murray from the San Antonio, you're going to have to give up a lot to get him.
You're going to give up half the team. All the picks.
So we want to keep this stuff in mind when we're thinking about these things. Okay, next juicy topic. I've been hearing a lot of things about Julius Randle's tired. He's playing too many minutes. That's why he looks so ineffective in the fourth quarter. I want to get it from the panel, and then I'll get my take on it. So I want to hear from you guys first, of course, and I definitely want to hear from the chat about this. I think this is a big topic. I think this is a narrative. I think we have the chance to dispel today. Okay, so is Julius Randle playing too many minutes under Tom Thibodeau? Is it wearing him down? And is it affecting his fourth quarter play? I'll start off with you, Harlan.
Well, I don't think it should. You want to be the best player on the team, you got to stay. Can't be. He may need a rest. Sometimes I think Tibbs got to balance the minutes out better. And I think we just been so up and down that it's too much going on. But for me, Randle, he got to just play in the system and basically, you know, let the game come to him, and you know he won't be so tired. A lot of times I see Randle using a lot of energy for one play, and then if it don't go in, you know how that go. If you miss, you lose energy. If you make the shot, you get a little bit of energy. So with Julius playing into the system more like he's doing now, I don't think it's about rest for him because he was doing a lot more before. And I think now when you can see RJ or Fournier do all of that, you should get energy off of that and be ready to go. As far as the minute situation, Tibbs got to just, fix the minutes per Julius, per RJ a little better. And when Cam comes, he's going to have to find more minutes for Cam anyway. So hopefully he looks at that part of it. But in reference to like what we talked about, D, I don't agree that he should be tired anyway. Granted, it was a shorter season, but it's not like he's going out scoring 40 a night, 30 a night. So I don't think that's the case. I think it's more of on Tibbs just balancing it better for me. And if Julius Randle got it going, let him keep going. If he's not, then Obi or whoever else you need to be preparing for these other moments when we're going to need them to play and replace whoever may not be playing good. So I don't think that's a good excuse because it's less things he's doing from previous now. So I don't think that's a scapegoat or excuse for him. I do think we was using him wrong, having him bring up the ball and shooting the ball. If he's your number one option, he should be bringing the ball up. He's not a point guard. Maybe get him in the spots where he's most effective and he won't be so exhausted because it looks like he's working real hard to get a bucket. At some points, don't get me wrong, not all the time, but sometimes he's exhausting a lot of energy to score. And that's not good. But it's not really going that way now. So I don't think he needs to get more rest. Just let Tibbs manage the minutes better and it should be fine. He looked like he'd be in shape even though he's breathing hard all the time. I think it's more of worrying about the fans and everything that's going on and not just focusing on the game.
So, false narrative.
False narrative for me.
Got you. Okay, thanks, Harwell. Danny.
No problem, bro.
Danny, you available? Okay, good. Okay, Danny. So, do you feel that Julius Randle is playing too many minutes? Do you feel that Tibbs is running him to the ground? And do you feel that it's affecting his fourth quarter play?
All right, is the question on me?
No, it's on Danny.
Oh, okay, my fault. I was about to say I had
It's all good, Sam. I'll go to you next.
Good, D. Can you repeat that? I didn't hear it because I put the phone on mute for a minute.
There's no problem. What I said was that there's a narrative going around that Julius Randle is playing too many minutes. Says he's playing too much and is running him down and it's affecting his play.
Too many minutes?
Yeah, too many minutes. I've heard it on numerous podcasts. So my question to you is that truthful? Is he playing too many minutes? Is Tibbs running into the ground? And is it affecting his play?
How many minutes is he playing, D? Like averaging a game?
Well, we'll get into that, but what do you think?
What's up, buddy? I don't think he's playing too many minutes. The guy's not how old is Julius Randle?
He's 27.
He's 27 years young.
Too many minutes. Dude, I'm 49 years old. I can play those many minutes every other day. 27 years old and he's complaining too many minutes and you're getting paid that much money. We could all play those many minutes and we don't get paid. He's getting big bucks and he's complaining too many minutes.
He didn't complain. We just saying that the people say that. He didn't say that.
Right.
Oh, he's not saying that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's asking you, do you feel like he's playing too many minutes in these games?
I don't think so. He's supposed to be your main guy of the team. I don't think he's playing too many minutes.
I also asked too because there is a narrative that Tibbs does run his players down to the ground. And one of the variables as to why he does do that is because of the minutes played. So do you feel that falls under the umbrella for Julius Randle?
It could. The 9-man rotation.
Okay, no problem. All right, Sam, I'll go to you, brother.
Yeah, so for me, me personally, I think that he plays too many minutes when it comes to the point of it's like 40 plus. But we're gonna see Randall and Barrett both play at least 35 minutes a game. That's something we just have to come to expect. We can't, they're important pieces on this team, and we need them out there on the court. We see what happens when they're not on the floor. So I just can't see, their minutes really going down. And like people are putting in the chat, he averaged 38 minutes a game last season. This season, Julius Randle's playing just over 35 minutes, closer to 36. So he's actually playing less minutes this
Absolutely.
year. So, I don't think that his minutes are the issue. I just think that it's the way that we play the game with Randall on the court. So we can't, go to Randall and have him bully ball every single possession. That would be a way that you could get Randall tired and showing lack of effort. But if he's in his flow in the game, I don't see 35 minutes being a problem for him because he's played more than that in his past years.
Absolutely. Well, last year mostly.
Yeah,
The
right.
other years, don't forget he was coming off the bench.
Yeah, well, with New Orleans, he played 30, and our first year with us, he played like 33.
Yeah, correct. Very good. Okay, and then last year it bolstered up because of his play. I mean, he was playing all-star level.
Right.
Okay, good. Chuck, what's your thoughts?
Julius Randle is playing starter minutes. I don't understand what the problem is. He's the starter. He plays starter minutes. If you look at any other starter in this league, they're playing about the same amount of minutes, especially those guys that are getting paid the big bucks, and even the guys that haven't made the bag yet. You're a starter. You're going to play these amount of minutes. I don't think it's the minutes that are affecting Randall's game. I think the quality of minutes is affecting Randall's game. Until we address the point guard situation, we will always be having these conversations around how guys are used and how effective they are in those minutes. When you put a real guard out there with these guys, they can make those minutes effective by getting them in the right positions. What Julius Randle isn't trying to make guard like moves from the top of the key to get to where he's effective. I think those types of minutes takes away from Julius' game when it comes to the fourth quarter because his legs are gone. Same thing with RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett shouldn't necessarily be working from the top of the key. He should be cutting across from the free throw line, getting the ball there and operating from those elbows and making good reads and decisions and playing bully ball, getting to the rim. Two, Julius Randle and RJ Barrett aren't good off the ball offensive players, meaning they can't take guys consistently off the dribble without picks and things of that nature. They're both great at going downhill. So you get a point guard in there in those minutes that you think that they're playing a lot, you'll see a different type of production. Cutting down Randall's minutes, as you can see, isn't going to necessarily mean that Obi's going to get more minutes. For all those guys that are wishing and hoping that, if Julius get less minutes, then that means Obi can get more minutes, and then we can really see with Obi that ain't happening. That narrative that Tibbs is running these guys into the ground this year is a false narrative.
Yeah, agreed. And the chat's a little divided about it right now, but I'll show you guys some evidence. So to highlight what Sam was saying real quick, last year, let me go ahead and look for him real quick. Last year, Julius Randle was playing 37.6 minutes a game. This year, he's at 2 minutes at 35.6. And throughout his career, he played no more than 32 minutes, which was the first year with us. For his career, he's only played 30.9 minutes, and he's only 27 years old. That's one thing. Next thing. I'm looking at opposing fours, right? That played in this league for many years. And Kevin Garnett, during the same age, was playing 40 minutes, 39 minutes, 38 minutes, 38 minutes, 39 minutes. That was 5 season span. Okay. Karl Malone, around when he was around Julius's age, he was playing 39 minutes, 38 minutes, 40 minutes, 37 minutes, 37 minutes, and then 40 minutes to a 6 season span. Dirk Nowitzki, even throughout his runs, so he came at 18, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So around his 5th to 6th season, it started off 38 minutes, 38 minutes, 36 minutes, 36, 37, 37 and a half. Charles Barkley, same case with him. When it came to that 27, 28 age, he's playing 39, 39, 37, 38, 37. So here's my point. And I want to dispel this real quick. Sergeant, I don't know what you talk about stopping this for, because I literally got on mad shows and people say this stuff,
He
bro.
doesn't want to hear it, D.
I don't care if he doesn't want to
It's
hear
the
it.
facts. It's just the stats don't lie, G, man. I'm sorry.
It's just that you have to understand that there's a narrative going around that Julius. I'm not saying Tom doesn't throw his players to the ground, and I think it's not even with just minutes. I think it's also long practices and how much frequency he has them. I think that plays a part as well. But I'm just talking simply. Listen to the conversation. I'm talking about, has that affected Julius Randle and his play? Is that the reason why we see him give no effort on defense on certain nights? Is it to the point where his production is going down in the fourth quarter because of this? And I'm just saying, as a community, we have a duty, and our job is to dispel some of these false narratives. Okay, it's not the truth. Okay, in this case concerning Julius Randle was actually playing less minutes this season than he did last season. And don't forget too, we also had 10 games less last season, and also we also got out early in the first round, so we had a nice long summer. Okay, so I'm tired of hearing the narrative. He got 4 years, 100 million. Okay, now is that superstar money? No, but it's close to star money, and there's no reason why he should not be playing over 35, 36 minutes. I don't want to hear this crap anymore that he's tired. It's all excuses. Randall sometimes puts the effort out there, and sometimes he doesn't. He's very inconsistent with it.
Can I add something to that, D?
Go ahead, Chuck.
A lot of people don't want to accept this information, and the first thing that they throw out is Julius Randle isn't in the area code. Julius Randle is not a Hall of Famer. All those guys you mentioned were Hall of Famers, but they weren't Hall of Famers at that time. You become a Hall of Famer once you put in your retirement papers and you get selected, or you get that call. You know what I mean? Another thing, when you mention all of those guys, from the Dirks to the all the names that you just mentioned, Karl Malone's.
Yeah.
What did all of those big men have in common?
Oh yeah, they had a PG.
They had a point guard. So back to what I was saying earlier, our guys are working hard to get shots that a point guard should be able to set them up and make it easier for them. So the 38 minutes or the 36 minutes that our guys are playing, particularly RJ and Julius Randle, they're not as effective as they could be, is because they're doing way too much to get their offense going. So now you got to spend twice as much energy offensively and now defensively to get in the game, or to have a good game, or to get back in the game, which we usually are the team trailing, trying to get back in the game. So you get a point guard, those 35, 36, 37 minutes won't have the same type of wear and tear on a guy or exhausting their energy, because you have a point guard putting in position. Is it's not wasted energy and wasted effort out there. So yes, Julius Randle should absolutely be playing those minutes. If he was playing less minutes, put in the chat, who do you think is going to take those minutes? Who hasn't taken those minutes now? What are we talking about? And who else is going to take those minutes? My fault. Go ahead, Sam.
No, I'm just saying I really want to address this real quick. Tibbs is not running. See, I don't like when people name drop certain players and say that he's running people into the ground. Derrick Rose already had an injury history, and you can't blame Tibbs for Derrick Rose getting hurt this season. Maybe on the Bulls, but not this season. Kemba Walker already had a bad knee before he even came to Tibbs. Now, you can make the argument that, yeah, Tibbs shouldn't have played him 40 minutes in a back-to-back, but Kemba was already damaged goods. Nerlens Noel already damaged goods. How many games has Nerlens Noel even played in this season for us to say that Tibbs ran him into the ground? You can go ahead, Chuck. I just had to address that.
I'm glad you got to that, Sam, because that was another point that I wanted to get to. When it comes to those guys, like, first of all, they're older guys that have a crazy amount of wear and tear on their body. Why? Because they were explosive players. Derrick Rose, as much as we in awe of Russell Westbrook, Derrick Rose was way more explosive, bro. Off the bounce for a smaller point guard, it's crazy. But that's the equivalent of a running back in the NFL always starting and stopping who runs a 4-3 or 4-2. You put a lot of wear and tear on your knees planting like that. And we seen with Kemba, if you look at some of Kemba's highlights, the way he moved, it was like, okay, there's only a certain amount of time before this guy having knee issues, right? So when they get to us, they're already damaged goods. And to say that Tom Thibodeau is the reason that he ran those guys into the ground, look at their minutes. Their minutes weren't crazy, and they still got hurt. They will sit a back to back and still get hurt. So we can't put that on Tibbs when it comes to those particular guys. And that was a great point, Sam. That was a great point.
Yeah, because if these guys already have mileage on them, like a Rose or a Kemba, you can't be mad at them for this season. And then nobody was expecting Rose to get an ankle injury of that to where he would have had to get surgery. Nobody was expecting that because he didn't get hurt to that level at all last season. And then with Kemba, we already knew that Kemba was going to be probably a 5 in every 20 game player because of just the bad knee problems that he has.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think the issue.
Yeah, go ahead, D.
No, go ahead, son.
No, I just had to address that because I don't like when people say that he's ran everybody into the ground when we have certain players on here who just literally can't even suit up, and it has nothing to do with him coaching.
Right. I think where it comes with gripes with some people, and I've even had these gripes too, is where, and don't forget, we were just talking about Julius Randle, and we just tried to dispel that narrative that like he's playing too much, and it's like, if anything, I think he could be playing more. The same and what you got him on his contract and what he brings to the table night in, night out. But as far as the other guys, there could be some cases with that. For example, would you have played Kemba Walker as much as he had during that week stretch?
Are you talking about when he played him the 40 minutes like I was referring to? I wouldn't have played him the 40 minutes back-to-back that Pistons game. That's the one mistake I would say Tibbs made was playing Kemba Walker back-to-back because he knew already that Walker had a bad knee. So I knew going into that. Remember, before the game even happened, I said, you know what? I don't know if this would be a good idea for him to play Kemba Walker 40 minutes tonight because he already played 40 minutes the past 2 games before that.
Right. And then the same thing with Rose, too. I think we had a general consensus that Rose shouldn't be playing 30 minutes. But he's been forced to because the reality of the situation is that he's arguably our second, third best player. And he's the only guy on the basketball team that can really get to the paint the way he does. So it's a thing where I can see where the narrative comes from with other things, especially, and it's been known throughout the years that his practices are brutal. And sometimes they're too long. And sometimes he does it on days that are completely unnecessary. And that has been known for years. But I was just talking about Randall.
All right.
Right. And, so him doing that, that's a real thing. And that's things that we could consider. But I just don't think that that's happening with Randall at this point in time, especially he's been pretty much an Iron Man for most of his career. especially after his injury after the first year. And
Yeah,
he's
I agree,
arguably our
D.
best player.
I agree, D. That's why I'm a long life Derrick Rose fan. I've been a fan of Derrick Rose since Memphis. I'm a Memphis fan. So I know about how he, got Rose hurt for playing him 35 minutes. I agree with that with the Bulls, but I'm talking about right now on the Knicks. Yes, you could argue the same way how you argue about Kemba. He shouldn't be playing 40. Derrick Rose maybe shouldn't have been playing 30 all them games straight. But my thing is, who else is he gonna put out there? First off. Second off, is you can't say that he's ran everybody into the ground. It's certain players that you can add to that, and I just don't see that on this team this year. I wouldn't say that.
I got you. But there is some evidences, like for example, when we lost against Denver and that matinee, that game was over. And he played Randall, Evan Fournier, and Derrick Rose that whole fourth quarter.
And D, what that's an attribute to? That's him having that tight rotation. That's what that is. Because you know what? If just like how somebody put in the chat, if Grimes was playing those 30 minutes, we wouldn't have an issue with it. It's just the players that he's putting in those situations. Because if he had the young guys, I'll guarantee you, if he had Obi playing 30 minutes, we wouldn't say he's running Obi to the ground. It's just the different players that we hold them up to different standards, where as far as how they can go in the game.
Right. I hear you. That's a good point. Very good point. Anybody else have anything to say about that before we move on?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
I agree with everything y'all saying. We said it. I said it when I last spoke. It's just about managing minutes better. He got a 9-man rotation. Sometimes we play teams where they playing more guys because they notice that we tired. Those are times where we got to make adjustments. And then maybe you could throw in different guys like y'all was just mentioning, certain names I've heard, and it would be looked at different because then you giving guys rest. Sometimes we got leads and he's still playing certain guys at the end of the game when they could be resting for the next game, and just putting younger guys in the situations. Whereas if they get an experience, if we not winning the game, matchup wise, remember the Indiana game, you could have put McBride in. Certain situations, you just got to play guys. So when we experience this like we did last night, guys fouling out, other guys could be ready.
I think one of the things that stops Tibbs from being elite is his lack of in-game adjustment. His attention to his rotations at certain times of the game. I think elite coaches have that pedigree, and I think that's the only thing that stopped him from really, consistently being at that coaching level year in and year out. So, I mean, I agree with the gripes, and I've seen it 100 times where it's like, the game's done, bro. Right. Like, can I see Sims for like 4 minutes, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right, D. At that point, that is when Tibbs should stagger the minutes and give some of these young guys burn. At that point, when it's games like that, yes, you do need to give them some type of experience, because then if you're put into a situation like last night where you have no center, Sims has no experience in these type of situations. So now you eventually at some point in the season, he's going to have to throw one of these young guys in the fire, and they're not going to be ready because they don't have the proper experience. They haven't got any stagger minutes, and they just haven't been out there. So I agree to that point.
And it's still like going for something, trying to push for something that ain't there when we could be just building up the players right. But maybe some of these players not going to be here. Tibbs, somebody wrote in the chat that Tibbs just want to win. He don't care about nothing else. We want to win too, but we want to build up our chances to win more too as well. And it just looked like they don't care about that, or Tibbs don't really care too much about it. He just want to make sure we win now. Not to really be too critical on him. But like D just said, he's a good coach, but he's not a great coach because of his in-game adjustments or because he's not good at throwing guys in. That would be an in-game adjustment if you put Obi in the right spot and get some rest to another player, or put this guy in, throw Jericho in. If he did that, who would we give credit to? Tibbs. We would give all him the praise, but he don't do it. Let's just be clear.
And I just want to say this real quick, Chuck, before you go off. Remember, guys, I've been the one pushing the narrative of the pattern of Tibbs. Before anybody says, oh, I'm defending Tibbs, I'm not. Because remember, I've been telling you guys for months now that he has a pattern with each team that he coaches for. Go ahead, Chuck.
All I was going to say was that I wanted to ask a question rather because I've seen this phrase a lot. Win now. What exactly is the meaning of win now? Like, because people just throw it around like, oh well, Tibbs is a win now coach. We're in win now mode. And what is like winning games? Making it to the playoffs, contending for a championship. Like when y'all say win now, what do y'all mean?
It's a great question. I have my answer, but y'all can answer that first.
You want to go first? Then go ahead.
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry. I got.
All right, I'll go first. The question was, what do they mean by win now? Like, what is this? What do they mean? And that's a great question because it's a lot of confusion with fans and everybody. It's like Tibbs' impression of win now is get as much wins he can get, and it seems like to me he's putting in players that he believes more in. Like they're going to take us further than developing some of our players. Even though some of our players making mistakes, they young players and they got to learn. And I feel like it has a lot to do with what we put on the floor and Dolan and, making the playoff run last season. It's a lot of stuff that come into play with that whole narrative. So that's why I thought that was a very good question because I just mentioned something about that in reference to his subs and, how he's coaching. Like if we making a run for something that we ain't making a run for. And I feel like if we know that, if we being realistic with ourselves, we will be building up the other players who's going to be on the team. They'll have a more of an opportunity next season and down the line. But you can't say these NBA minutes won't help their career. And that's my answer to it.
So I think that metamorphosizes it into different definitions depending on your roster and the direction of where your coaching staff and your organization wants to go, right? So a win now for Tibbs, and I'm going to quote G-Man because I think the way he said it was perfect. He wants to win games to push the team to a playoff run. I think that's a perfect definition as to what the win now means for Tibbs. You see, for Golden State, that's something different. We know they wanted to win now because they're championship contending. You see? So I think that the definition changes based on the expectations and of your front office and your coaching staff and the roster that you have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I just want to say something in reference to the chat too. They mentioned in Bodega, you mentioned in RJ's turnovers, saying that we wanted him to have the ball. RJ is a third-year player. He's a young player. So he's going to make turnovers the more opportunity he has the ball in his hand. But our point and what we're talking about right now, it just makes that point stronger. That if you build your young guys up, if we're not going as far as maybe you think we're going, this is the stuff we can experience and we won't have to experience next season or the season after that if we keep running the ball through an older player that's not giving us better results. Just to answer your question in less than a minute, all right? Okay, y'all.
We're moving around.
Anybody else want to give their
what's up, Rob?
take?
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm about to say I know OG down there want to say something.
What's up,
yeah.
good?
Well, yeah, I've been backstage. I covered a lot of good topics. Can I
Appreciate
it. Can I kick it on this personal thing between Tibbs and Obi?
Yeah, get after it, OG.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You could cover some of the other topics we got into too if you want.
Okay. All right.
What's
Yeah,
up,
I've been
bro?
listening.
What's up, bro?
What's up? What's up? Peace, my bro. Will. Chuck. What's up, D?
What's up?
What's good? Everybody is in the building. Look, this is what I think about the thing with Tibbs is it personal? I don't think that's personal with Obi, but I think that Tibbs hooked himself to Randall. And he hooked himself to him. And everybody knows as though, he's a veteran laden coach. He likes his vets. But it just seems as though that the higher anarchy of the Knicks, which is Rose in them, they like the young players. And this is what they're trying to do. They're looking for the future. Tibbs is right now. So when you say win right now, I think the word was given to Tibbs is we'll give you something, to establish a playoff run. But our thing is these young players. But since you the coach, we're gonna let you do as you see fit. If you developing them in practice and you developing them and they seeing what an NBA player looks like, that's all good. That's all good for me. That's all good for the organization until we're ready to pull the plug on these vets. So we are gonna safeguard ourselves so we don't look like Oklahoma. So we're gonna keep these vets right there. We don't want to look like Oklahoma. We don't want to look like Sacramento. So we'll leave these places while these young guys are gaining experience. And the ones that's playing, hopefully will lead the other younger ones when that time comes. So I feel as though Tibbs is doing everything within his power not to show Obi at this time because it's not in his best interest. It's not in his best interest to let McBride be out there because that's not what Tibbs wants. But if it's allowed for him to do that within the organization for right now, I feel as though Leon Rose is just letting him do it until it's time. Once the time comes, all the foolishness is going to stop. But right now, the pups are not ready. No matter how much we think that they're ready, would it have been good to put Obi in yesterday at that time? I seen one play where I think that Obi would have been effective. On that inbound ball when RJ tipped it, you give Obi that with a couple of more inches, that would have became a steal. Just for that little one play. He wouldn't have stopped. I don't think he would have stopped Anthony at all. But he would have been in a way, maybe. But on that one particular play at the end, that turnover would have been monumental. But he had RJ on the ball instead of a 6'10 guy. Because you didn't have a 6'10 guy out there. So Tibbs bit the bullet on that play. And it cost him. He rode, he got on the bus, he took his vets down there, and he lost with his vets. If he's comfortable with that, so be it. Right. No rookie is going to take any heat from that game. That was all Tibbs and his vets. At the end of the day, they fumbled the ball down the stretch. A lot of things happened with Tibbs' player, which will probably have a conversation that he will probably have to have a conversation with the front office about. Not to say he's going to be chastised, anything like that, but it's like, wow, this man is 6'10". You're going to have him right there. Well, tell me what you was thinking with that, Tibbs. And then you just go into, okay, well, I don't trust rookies. Okay, well, that's something in the books that we can look at. And then what was the next thing you guys was talking about?
We covered a lot. We covered the personal bias, the Julius Randle minutes plague thing.
Oh yeah. Right. Yeah, what I think with that is, I think like earlier he can keep his minutes. But earlier, when it's time to rest him, I think he's resting them at the wrong time of the game. He can keep the minutes, but I think that should give him more rest in the first half, and then that is like not as in minutes, at the pinpoint the time that you're gonna rest him, and then rest him accordingly. 30, 35 minutes. That's not nothing serious because, like you said, he's just gonna go to Burke or somebody else. It's not like he's going to put the rookies in anyway. He's going to do something. He's going to do what he want to do because right now he has that rope. But that as the years go on, and I don't really feel as though a first and a second year player or even Obi to that matter have to play in your second year. It was something that I would like to see, but does it really have to happen? But I really feel as though the way Obi laughed on the bench about that when he knew that he wasn't going to come in and Gibson put his hand on his shoulder just to keep his spirits up. I think Obi knows through Leon Rose that he's going to get his shot sooner or later. So he just has to be patient with what Tibbs is doing because sooner or later, this team is nothing better than a 500 team. At the most, you might go 3 games over for the season, but wherever that land us, is it going to land us the 7th spot? Maybe. But if it's not, okay, maybe. Then we can move forward with the next phase of the program, because we can't even look bad at Leon Rose or Tibbs, because in his first season, they put us in the playoffs.
Right.
So the second year, we really can't trip as fans. We really can't trip. We're acting like spoiled brats. You got in there since 13, the first year they put you in the playoffs. Yes, we want more. Yes, it's about pretty much the same exact team with Fournier, maybe a victory or two more, or three. But we got to just live with what this team is right now. It gave up that lead. It gave up that game yesterday. Randall's minutes, I don't think really had anything, but at one part of that third quarter, he did look sharper than he did in the first half.
Right.
So, we're gonna have to handle this.
I agree with you, Rob. We definitely just lost the game yesterday, and for the people in the chat, for clarification, Obi is only 23 years old. I know people want to say he got drafted at 24 or whatever they believe. Obi doesn't turn 24 until the beginning of March, guys. So let's calm down with the age, please.
I'll ask you another question, Rob, and then I'm going to kick it to Evergreen because he's been waiting too. Yeah.
Okay.
What did you take from last night? What were your positives and negatives? What did you think about the third quarter? And what could we done differently in the last couple of minutes in order to come with the
I think, as far as like the game itself, it was a well-played game. A 10-point lead in the first half, and you cut it down. Okay, I knew the Knicks were going to get back into the game. So, that was a feeling out praise. I think I really expected more from RJ because he got called out. Just for that simple fact alone, I thought that RJ would come out firing on all cylinders, and like something on his calendar that he circled, and he was ready for it. Randall played a good game, but it's like in me now to see Randall at the line, I can't even hold it against him no more. And RJ for the same fact, when it coming down the stretch, them free throws. With the game on the line, they haven't shown that they're pressure players, but they should stay in that role. They should stay in that role and figure it out. Because letting Fournier and Kimber save you, no, they came to your team. You saved yourself. That builds your character. You put them in that position again. The same thing, both of them. Because as them two go, that's how the Knicks go. If RJ would have had a better game, we would have won. Randall had a good game. But like I always said, in order for everything to work, those two have to have good games. So what it came down to, that substitution going with Burke. Just for the size factor. Even if you would have went with Sims, okay, if they would have got beat, Randall got beat anyway. So what would have made the difference if you was giving that shot to somebody else? That play didn't come down to Burke, but you put Burke in the game. But I know on that inbound pass, that would have probably been a difference, because 3 more inches would have probably made a difference between RJ knocking down the ball and Obi or Sims securing it. It was a lazy pass. RJ knocked it down just an inch or two. We might be talking about something totally different. So, with that being said, that was the thing that I noticed at the end of the game. Now, it came down to the shot. Okay, well, Fournier, he's slow. You know what I'm saying? And he's not deceptive at all with his handles.
Right.
There's nothing trickery about him and his handles. He's going to be straight to the basket. One move, RJ the same way. RJ going to put up the ball with power. You put Randall in the situation. He hits the ball back out to Burt. Burt misses the shot. Okay, we can live with that. Because other than that, there was nothing there. I just say the biggest play to me was that inbound pass that we could have had. We really could have had it with enough height.
I agree with you too, Rob. That inbound pass was ours. I agree with that.
Yeah, to me, that was the biggest part of the game. Like right there, it came down to, if he would have secured that, we had the game changes. Right from there. They take that, they score, they go up. They don't score, we're in the situation to win. And it was like 24 seconds left or something like that on the clock. So, and I think that was like something for Tibbs. you always use height when you can.
Right.
When you can, you use the height, and we didn't do it. So, it kind of cost us. But
And
yeah, you can move.
no, go ahead. Finish up.
So like, but a hard fought game, can't crown nobody. The 7 turnovers from RJ. Okay. What they say about the crown, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Now RJ knows it ain't easy doing that, controlling the game like that. It's gonna come with problems. Now Randall's turnovers are low and RJ's are high. Okay, now maybe he can figure it out. But for right now, I know he understands now what Randall going through controlling that ball is not an easy assignment to have.
Right.
So we go with that.
Especially when teams are preparing for you. Yeah,
Exactly.
the outlook is a lot different. And also, too, we know that RJ does have a problem with long, bigger wings like Anthony Edwards, and that's part of his involvement, and as a player, and he's going to have to find ways to get around that. Especially, he's not the fastest player on his feet. Also,
Yep.
too, we can make the argument that RJ got pushed yesterday, which he did,
Yeah, he did.
but the way I look at it, and this is me just being on the sideline for so many years, is that I'm not putting it to the refs, bro.
Right.
Yeah, I'll argue, I'll bicker at him, I'll curse at him and stuff like that. But I know at the end of the day, we sowed the seeds to our own destruction. You know what I mean? We had 3 costly turnovers. We were missing free throws the whole game. Julius went 1-on-1 from the free throw line when he could have tied up the game. So we got to consider those things too. And don't forget, Minnesota was doing a good job of giving us everything that we wanted to in order to win the game as well. So, we just didn't take advantage, and that's the deal. Okay, thanks, Rob. Thanks for the take.
Can I just say one more thing?
Okay, one more thing, because I want to shift it.
Okay, yeah, this gonna be right quick. Hey, look, they gotta, man, look, Mitch can't guard wings, man. He can't guard everybody. And I think him getting into foul trouble cost us. Mitch cannot guard every wing, maybe on occasion, man, but come on, man. Mitch was guarding all the wings. They gotta ease up on him on that. That's crazy. Go ahead.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll just say something real quick to that. I noticed that Mitchell was a lot better in his first 2 years in guarding wings than his next 2. Could be the foot injury. He could be still rehabilitating and getting his lateral back together and his strength off the push to go ahead and contain that. So, it could be some things with that. Evergreen, you there? Okay, he's not there.
Did you ask Rob about that last shot?
Yeah, he talked about it.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. I missed that. I had to mute it. I was busy here. What did he say about the?
Well, I mean, go ahead, Rob.
With the last shot that came down to me, the last shot was just the last shot. It came down more to me about that turnover, about that almost turnover that we almost had, that Tibbs could have had more height instead of RJ being there. If that would have been Sibbs or Obi, we'll be talking about something different. It was a missed shot at the end of the game. Okay, RJ hit one a week or 2 ago, so we missed this one. So, part of the game. I ain't going to stress over that.
And what he said about the last shot, Danny, was just that he really didn't have a problem with Burks taking the shot. He understood what was going on in possession.
I got you. Thanks, Rob. I got you.
All right, no problem.
All right, guys, let's kick it around for a bit. Let's freestyle. We hit on a lot of different topics and stuff like that. Let's open it up and let's talk about what you guys want to talk about.
Go ahead, Chuck.
The only thing that I really want to talk about is us getting a point guard before the trade deadline. Yeah. We can keep avoiding this fact. We need a point guard. The guys that we have are good for other people, but not for us. We can't have our future hang in the balance for 2 injury-prone older point guards that haven't given us consistent minutes. I think once you get a distributing point guard, our offense will look better. Our 2 main guys won't have to do so much to get their shot or get into the flow of the game. I think until we get that situation solved, it doesn't really, nothing's really going to change. We're going to have all of these conversations about inconsistency. Alec Burks is not a point guard. We were upset about him playing all those point guard minutes last year, saying like, "Yo, he's not a point guard. Like he's not effective as a point guard." I think that takes away from his offensive game too. But then at the same time, Alec Burks is an inconsistent player. He's been consistent at being inconsistent. This Knicks team, I'm not sure what everyone is thinking, but from some of the comments that I was reading when we were talking about win now, we're winning games, trying to establish culture, a winning culture, of being perennial playoff teams. We're not in a position to win a championship. We don't have the pieces. We don't even have the pieces to necessarily sniff at a second round playoff win. We're still in a talent acquisition phase. Like this team is not a finished product.
Yes.
We still have a ways to go. And not for nothing, both of our guys, RJ and Julius Randle, cannot create shots consistently on their own because they don't have the necessary ball skills to get their shot when they want to. If it's not a pick or a screen or some action like that, they can't get away from their guy. They both are great at going downhill, getting to the basket. So if we're not running offense that caters to that, then we're going to always struggle to generate offense, particularly without a starting caliber point guard. So
Chuck, can I veg you back off you real quick because you
go
just
get
brought
it.
up a great point, right?
Get it.
Repeat it again what you just said about Julius Randle and RJ Barrett not being able to get space consistently. Say that one more time.
RJ Barrett and Julius Randle do not have the ball handling skills to consistently create space to get shots that they want. Their ball handling skill, they're essentially the same player, just in different positions. And I know y'all going to jump on that. Oh, Randle this, oh, Randle that. If there's not a point guard to set either one of those guys up, and you rely on them to try to break down the defense for the top of the key, it does not work. We saw last night RJ trying to go one-on-one, and his man had him standing still. RJ did not. Right. Julius Randle the same way. If it's not a pick, then he's between the legs, fade away. Last night was the first time that we seen him just was hell bent on getting to the rim and being aggressive in that way. And it worked because Karl Anthony Towns is soft. Right. I don't care how you get. Yes, he's very skilled, but he's not a deterrent at the rim.
That's a fact.
Right, and you still can't get in there. Right.
Still
check this out, Chuck. Let me bounce this off you real quick and then get right back into it because it's going right into what you're saying. Shout out to Steven. Me and Steven were looking at this yesterday. I want to ask y'all a question, just real quick. Y'all just give me quick answers, right? How many shots do you think Julius Randle and RJ Barrett has been? How many shots do you think? How am I gonna put it? How many? How would I say? Like how many block shots do they have? Right, not them, but opposing teams. At them going at the rim. How many do you think that is between the two for the season so far?
20.
Between both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Who else?
I say 30.
Okay. All right. One more.
35.
89.
Wow. Jeez.
89. So not only, right, Can they not create enough space for them to get to the basket or to get into their shots consistently? And I think Julius Randle's a little bit better than RJ Barrett at this point in time. But they can't finish at the rim.
89.
Because they don't have the lift. And you can bring up a whole bunch of other things too. Like me and Freezy were talking about it. Like, you could bring up the spacing, guys not being able to hit shots, Mitchell not being a threat, and then they get caught up with 2 or 3 guys. You could bring that up too. But I also think it's their lack of verticality. I think it's their lack of athleticism that has between them 89 block shots between them, and we're only halfway through the season. One more stat. Julius Randle leads the team in offensive fouls committed with 28. You know who's the next player closest to him? Mitchell Robinson. Offensive fouls. Like when they commit offensive fouls. Julius Randle is at 28. Mitchell Robinson with 11. Go ahead, Chuck. Just wanted to highlight that because you hit right on the point.
Okay. Well, let me ask this question. The 2 building blocks or the 2 cornerstones of your franchise at the moment are limited offensively, meaning they can't create their own shots. They need someone to create shots for them. They get blocked at the strength of their game is getting to the rim, and they already have 89 blocks on the season. They have been blocked 89 times. Do you think these cornerstones are the building blocks you need for the future? Or should you be looking to rebuild or retool in other ways?
You're asking the question?
Yes, that's the question.
The question.
If your 2 building blocks cannot get their own shots and they have 89 combined blocks, whether at the rim or when they're taking shots, are those the 2 guys that you continue to build your franchise around?
I'll let the panel
I'll say, great question. And basically, I think the problem is like what you said earlier, Chuck, because neither one of those guys are point guards. And you asking them, and also you mentioned that if you give RJ the ball cutting or more on the wing instead of at the top of the key, it would be more effective. So I just think that was 2 great points. And in reference to what you just said, the point guard is the answer to that. And I think this developing, just letting RJ have the ball in his hand was good, bro. Or even Randle improving at that as well. It just makes them improve. Even though Randle is a little older and been in the league longer, so I just judge it different. But they both still going to play better with a point guard. So it's just like we judging players that's playing out of position. Alec Burks is at the point. We got Julius Randle at the top of the key because we don't have a guard that's going to steer the traffic and tell them where to go or where to be. So I think that's a very key thing. Not saying that we need to get rid of like a RJ or somebody. He's not a point guard. He do need to improve in his ball handling skills, and hopefully this makes him realize that because you have no moves to get past these guys. You're looking forward to your speed helping you, and you're not the fastest guy neither. So that's a problem.
Okay, take RJ and Randle names off of what I just said, and we're just talking about the cornerstones of your franchise. Don't think about it as Randle and RJ, and do you have to trade any of those guys? But if you're building a team, and those are the hard fact statistics that I threw out about those guys, do you still consider those guys to be your franchise building blocks?
Well, Randle ain't getting any better. He ain't getting any better.
That's why I said the age
ceiling.
part is important for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think RJ got time to improve at that. But people think when we talk about Randle that we being real hard on him. It's just because he's been in the league for 8
That's
years.
too bad.
And I try to explain that to people on how we're critiquing his game in reference to where we think he should be. And, like they call RJ a pup. People don't critique RJ like a pup. because they keep forgetting because we putting them in this type of conversation so early on. So I think everybody got to realize that and realize that he would be better with a point guard. Now, in reference to the other players, like he's talking about, how you doing? And he's talking about, he basically is asking about the other players that we have on the team, and you aren't seeing their best basketball neither because of the same reason. And a lot of those guys, like the older guys, if you want to talk about them, we don't even got to answer that because some of them shouldn't be here in reference to the question, like Burks and certain things, certain players, Taj getting minutes. All of these could be reasons why they're not developing or don't have these type of ball handling skills, or even Sims would have learned something in some of these spot minutes. So that's my answer to the question. Is this how they bringing them up? And an older player making a lot of mistakes, you got to rethink that situation.
Oh yeah, Randall's had his time in the sun for quite a bit of time in the NBA. So he's hit the ceiling. He ain't getting any better. I don't see that. I mean, we're trying to find positives on the last night's loss. I'm tired of doing that, looking for the positives, and then they go back to the even more negatives when they get another loss that they look like they're confused on the court, and everybody's staring at each other. We got an ace bandage in Noel, who just sits there and is not playing with a contract. We got there are vets still on this team, and they're not playing up to what they should be playing. I'm sick and tired of looking for positives out of the negative loss that we had last night. I've had enough of it as a Knicks fan. How long we got to wait? How long we got to wait? We got to keep waiting and waiting, and next year will be different, and then the next season, keep going through the same damn thing.
Same old dance.
D'Angelo, listen to me very carefully. Virtual chat.
I got you.
And the other chat, the YouTube chat. We are going to be waiting until we get those guys that make us a championship team. And I was waiting for someone to really answer the question. Yo, I'm not building my team around two guys that can't get their shot off and has to rely on someone else. Your number one guy shouldn't have to always rely on someone else to be able to get their shot. And if you're saying we're going to build a team with two guys that can't get their shot, or even if you're saying, well, one guy's just a stopgap, we're going to trade him, and it's going to be the other guy's team. How do you win games consistently if this is the guy that you're saying, well, we got to put the ball in his hands more? And when we did, how many turnovers did he have?
Chuck, if I talk to you, you got such a calming voice. My blood pressure goes down every time you speak, brother. And I hear what you're saying, man. But can I say something? Listen. What the hell is the front office doing? Make a trade for a point guard. Could we please do that already?
Point guard?
Well, we got to do something. That's what they get paid for. They got to try to find somebody. I mean, we didn't even see Kemba coming, and then Kemba he's another ace bandage. What?
So what I was going to say to that was that point guards don't grow on trees like that.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that, but you got to maybe be creative.
And I got you. Just let me say my point. I'll give it back.
Reach up and grab it.
Yeah, I can't just reach up at
get
the
that
apple
ladder.
tree
Get that ladder, Dean.
and get my apple. It doesn't work that way. And if D'Angelo, if we take some time out to look at all the point guards that are available in the league, right? Go ahead, take a look, and then determine which ones you would take, and then you would have to determine what you would give up for that, and then you would have to ask yourself, are you okay with that?
Anything's better than what we have now. We don't have a point guard.
Right.
Rose is injured. And when he comes back, he's not going to even play the kind of minutes we want him to play. He's going to be on a limited role himself with minutes watched and all that stuff. You can't say McBride. McBride is too young. He can't be the point guard. We know that. It's his first year in the league. But we don't have Kemba? Come on. With his knees? No. That ain't happening.
D'Angelo, I know you're upset, but you got to don't say anybody, though. I know you don't mean that.
No, I don't mean it like that. I just speak right off the cuff. You got me, Sam. We know. We talk about the ace bandage that we have is Noel, who still can't play. We got Burks who scored 0 points last night. Didn't give us anything. You could say we could look for the positives in the loss last night, whatever. But this is the up and down that we're going to go through probably for the rest of the season, unless Cam shows us something when he gets back and starts playing. When we see chemistry there, that's got to build too. He's still 22 years old. We got kids. I got to give the kids a pass. I understand that. Robinson's is still young, but he's been in the league for a little while. I mean, he's not doing bad. He's doing better. We've seen that over the last bunch of games. But the positivity.
Let me say this real quick. I'm sorry, guys, because we have a super chat. Neville Humphreys, thank you for the generous contribution. He says, "Can your panel explain to me why Kemba and Rose are not point guards? Because both of RJ and Julius have played quite a bit with Rose and Kemba." You get that? You guys got that?
Well, listen, we need a point guard that's going to facilitate and make other guys better. I would love a point guard like that. I don't want a point guard that has to shoot the ball and get 30, 40 points. I want a distributor to make the team better. I like team ball. I always did. I like when the ball moves around and things like that. But, the front office has got to make a move for a point guard. We have assets. We have draft picks. We have things that we could give up to get. They got Cam Reddish for basically Knox and a first-round pick. So, I mean, come on. My patience. It's just like, okay, we're looking for the positives from last night. Yeah, okay, we're looking for the good things about it. But again, we lost. Okay, and we're gonna probably win a game, and then we're gonna lose it, and then that stretch day that we're gonna go on with this schedule. It's gonna be a friggin' disaster.
I hope not, but it could be that. So let me attempt to answer Neville real quick. I think what he's trying to say is that he feels that we have point guards already in Kemba and Rose. I think that's what he's trying to say. So if I'm correct me if I'm wrong. Bro.
I mean, he's not wrong, D, in saying that we have a point guard. That's what their position is listed as. But what we're referencing, they're not what we need for this team. That's what we're saying.
Right. We have too many guys on the team that are shoot first, pass second. And, I think Kemba throughout his career, I think he's only averaged 5.2 assists. Rose hasn't been that much higher. So let me go ahead and look at that real quick.
Kemba, as I said earlier, too, Kemba is a temporary fix. We know he's not our future point guard. I think we all could.
Both of those guys are over 31 years old. On top of that,
and D'Angelo, you can't even say temporary fix because he can't even play back-to-back games.
Yeah,
he's more like a you know how you patch a tire, and it's gonna get.
Yeah, he's a patch.
He's like a plug for a tire, D'Angelo.
he's at a career 5.4. Derrick Rose and Kemba Walker.
And is Brunson going to be the answer that the Knicks? You hear these rumors? I don't think so.
Career 5.3, and they both average over 15 shots a game.
Yeah, so that tells you what type of point guard they are. I'm just saying,
doesn't fix their problems.
I've been preaching this for the past couple of weeks. If they want to make the move for Brunson, I've already told you guys what we're going to have to do, which is pay twice. So unless the Knicks are willing to pay twice, you guys can just forget the Brunson thing because I don't see it happening unless they do that. And then we're gonna have all of these high expectations for Brunson, a guy who really, if we're being honest here, has not shown that he's gonna really just change the whole team. Yes, he's more of a passer, but I mean, I don't see for what he's asking for as far as price range for his next contract. I'm not willing to pay twice.
It doesn't fit this construction of the team as presently with Brunson coming. If that happened, that's what you're saying, Sam. Basically, it just doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. This is frustrating. I can't, man.
Not for nothing. I think Brunson is a bench guy. I don't think he's a starter. I think he may give you spot start minutes. When your main guy is out. But I don't think he's your lead guard. and I'm starting to see that we're making, or we're our front offices in the mindset of bringing in guys that's a part of their fold and not necessarily guys that will make this team better, because I don't think uh, Brunson is that much is gonna move the needle that much for us, especially when you have a Deuce McBride on the bench that's a rookie.
Right.
I don't think you bring in another guy like that. And to say that, you can't just go and just grab a starting caliber point guard that's going to do the things that we need just that easily. Well, damn it, the draft was full of point guards. There are teams sitting there with 3 starting point
And we have
guards
stuff there
on their roster, and we have none. In football, they say this: if you're playing 2 quarterbacks, that means you need a quarterback.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
So if we have 2 guys that are inconsistent because of age, attrition, and injury, then we don't have a point guard. And that's something that we need to address.
big time.
Everything else, y'all could talk about bringing up a big man and all this stuff. None of that matters. None of that matters unless you have a lead guard. And I think we shouldn't jump at the first thing that we think looks like it could be. No, we need to make sure it is what it is. Because on this team right now, we have a bunch of it looks like it could be, but we haven't seen it become that. We haven't seen it. There you go, D'Angelo. Translate. And that's it. I'm a chill for a minute.
Okay. I was going to say, Chuck, is that, to veg you back what you're saying is that, and I'll add on to this. I don't necessarily think we need a point guard. We just need guys on the court that know how to get a shot for themselves and know how to create for others and can play some defense. I think those 3 things are extremely important. Because, for example, I'm just throwing an example, it's not real. But like if Jokic came here, right? Y'all really want to be thinking about that, because Jamal Murray, as great as he is, he ain't a pass first point guard. He ain't really facilitating guys like that. He's looking to get his. And Jokic is the guy that is the orchestrator. So I'm saying that, and Jokic could get his too, right? So I think it's a matter of just getting players that fit that profile. You get what I'm saying? As great as Steph Curry is as a shooter, he can still break down the defense and make something happen for himself and somebody else.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? As great as a shooter as Klay Thompson is, he's not as flashy as Steph Curry, but he can still get to his spots and get the shot that he wants, and he's become a better passer through time. So I think those are the type of guys we have to look to where they can dribble the basketball, they can get a shot for themselves, they can pass the basketball and get shots for others, and can play a little defense. I think that's a winning formula as far as your roster construction is concerned. And I think it's something we'll appreciate because we come from hard grit defense and we come from ball handling. Okay. So I think it's harder said than done, but I think when you have a vision like that, you have to start that from the ground up and build it. So I said all that to say, I say one more thing, I'm out the way, is that what we lack right now, and I think all y'all could agree to this, is a dynamic wing player. We don't have it. We're hoping that Cam Reddish might be it.
Right.
And whether we feel he is or not is a different discussion. But we still don't have it. So,
yeah. And I D also, I mean, they could get creative. They got the assets to do it, to make a deal happen here. They can do it and get somebody what you're saying, And I think they can do it, and they got to be creative with it. They, this front office has got to step up and do that and get the missing pieces to fix this problem that we still have on this team. The coach is what he is. He's going to play the players, and he ain't going anywhere right now. I don't know what his lifespan is going to be as a coach for this team. He plays his vets. He plays the guys he feels comfortable with. But they got to get creative. They got to make another trade. They got to make another move. They got the assets to do it. They can get somebody. They can.
Right.
You got the picks still. You still got more picks. You can get creative and get somebody in here.
Angelo, I can't see any point guards that are really available this year to make a move for.
I got a
D, do you see
question.
any? Can you see any teams?
Chuck.
No. I don't want Westbrook. So
I know, no Westbrook,
please, no. But I hear what you're saying, Danny. I mean, but you got to figure something out.
I know we
They
need
get
it
paid
bad,
big money.
but there's nobody really available this year. I don't know who else. Can we bring
the
back Raymond Felton?
Oh God.
I just think that guys, like, we have to, this is where we're at now, right? Of course, everybody's like, man, we haven't had a point guard in so long. So now they're willing to settle for these guys. And that's what I'm saying. Why would we want to handicap ourselves? I know people are on the Guns and Hive. Why would we want to handicap ourselves to a guy like that for that contract?
Yeah, he's not it.
And then pay twice. Like I'm saying, you're going to have to pay in the trade.
He's not it.
Mavericks, keep in mind, guys, the Mavericks are not in the play-in or out of the play-in right now. They're 5th seed in the West. They're not going to give up a guy like that for nothing. So then you have to pay to get him here and then pay him again. And he's asking for 4-year 80, which is close to what Van Vliet got. And we know that him and Van Vliet are not the same player.
Right.
But again, I mean, the other person we talked, about Fox, but you say, he's going to shoot the ball. He's more not of a distributor, Darian Fox. So
there's no point guard available. There's no in the situation that we in, At the end of the day, I just wanted to ask Chuck, reference to what he just was saying about RJ. Would you trade RJ or Julius or both of them, being that you feel that way, Chuck?
If the right piece is out there, yes, I would absolutely trade both of them. And here's why. Someone in the chat just said, "Yo, I envy Chicago, Memphis, and Toronto. They're playing all of their young guys." Well, let's take a look at those rosters. Memphis has a Ja Morant. Do we have a Ja Morant type guy on our team?
Nope.
Chicago has a Zach LaVine. Do we have a Zach LaVine type guy on our team?
No, but you naming one person.
Dynamic wing players.
But you naming one person that can unlock other players. Am I correct?
In Ja Morant.
No, just in general, because you named 2 different type of players, but they both are like players on their team that could draw attention, and
right.
They can unlock other players. So that's why I asked you that. In reference to that comment.
Right. These are dynamic wing players that you can build your team around. Do we have a young dynamic wing player that we can build our team around? A guy that, like you said, can unlock people because of a double team, because they can get their own shot.
Mm-hmm. I mean, hopefully with Cam we do, but right now, we, like you said, RJ, he don't really have too many moves off the dribble, which is a fact, and that's why I said about the point guard situation. But we have Cam, and hopefully Cam could do that. But besides Cam, no.
Okay.
What about Cole Anthony?
Well, they're not. All right, let me
hold on. Let him finish. Let me
work through this idea right here. So if we don't have, okay, let's take Toronto. Do we have a Fred VanVleet on our roster?
Nope.
That's
not even close.
Point guard. We said we need those. Chuck, that's the point. But go ahead. I want to see what you're getting at.
I understand.
We don't have a bulldog
that,
like him.
But these are young wing players that affect the game in such a way that make their young teams go. Do we
Scotty
have
Barnes?
that?
I can see that for him. Yeah.
Do we have those guys? Do we have a Scotty Barnes on our perimeter?
No.
So we're saying RJ Barrett and Julius Randle don't do for us what these guys do for their team. Because all of the guys, like I'm naming guys from different positions, except Fred VanVleet and Ja Morant, they're both point guards. But Scotty Barnes is the wing.
Mm-hmm. There's not that much responsibility on him, and then he got VanVleet too. So it's like a hard. That's why I asked you that, because it's like, I don't know, it's a hard comparison, but I wanted to hear your take.
is the talent there? Regardless of what other people do to make it easier or not, do we have that type of dynamic talent that the
Yeah, you're
Knicks
right, Chuck.
got
You're right,
this
Chuck.
guy?
We don't. You're right. You're right.
We
And
don't
you
have
saying that
that.
for Van Fleet, right?
No, he's saying that for Scotty Barnes. We don't have a guy
Yeah,
like
but
that.
Scotty Barnes is too early for me to say, and the ball's not in his hands for him to be like even RJ has the ball and more opportunities. Even though Scotty Barnes go off, I watch their games sometimes, but he don't have as much responsibility. Like he has Van Fleet to take a lot of pressure off of him and get him in position. I think that's my opinion on it. He does play aggressive. He does hit threes. He does look more like a wing player, but opportunity and the point guard can make that look totally different. I think Obi on that team, we'll see a better Obi.
Yeah, that's facts.
What I'm saying is we don't have the talent. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he basically saying we don't have a
Because
guy.
people are saying, yo, these comparisons don't make any. Well, then guess what? We don't have the talent.
Exactly.
Because
We
if
don't
it's
have
not
the talent.
comparable, if it's not in the same stratosphere, then guess what? We don't have what we think we have.
Yeah, because all you did was name talent, facts. But that's why I said
Yeah.
it wasn't a good comparison because different positions, different players, and then
Right.
even the Barnes comparison. Scotty Barnes don't got to handle the ball a lot, even though he's being used a lot more. He's getting the opportunity, but yeah, you could just say it that way. We don't have those players that the wing, the level of talent on the wing that you just mentioned. That's a better way to put it, and that changes the dynamic because we said something like that yesterday about Cam just being on the other side of the floor, and then now there's no way they could double team him, or they would have to stay with his penetration and his moves off the wing. You know, that could help us a lot.
Let me ask you a question, right? Out of all the championship teams that you guys can remember, let's say in the last 30 years, right? What is one thing that they've all had in common? What is one thing that they've had that you've seen on every one of these championship teams?
Point guard.
Point guard.
Well, not necessarily. Chicago Bulls didn't really have a point guard.
But why did everybody say that? And I think that they did have a point guard. He wasn't
Steve
a
Kerr, they had
Lillard
Paxson.
He wasn't a Lillard type of point guard, but they always were point guards who they
When we
hit
talk
shots.
about that, though, but we're talking about like that type of level.
Okay, got you. Yeah,
Right,
they
right.
didn't have nothing.
Right.
I would say a superstar, which we don't have. That's what I would say.
I would say a dynamic backcourt wing.
There we go.
We don't have.
No.
And you know we don't have
Anywhere
that.
from Jordan to Pippen to Kobe.
Cool coach.
Chauncey Billups, if you want to add that. Ginobili, Parker.
Tayshaun Prince.
Paul Pierce. Ray Allen. Steph, Clay.
Dwayne Wade.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah, the list
LeBron
goes on.
James. We don't have it, bro. And that's where it
Damn.
starts. You need that first. Because then you could build around that. That's what Phoenix did. Phoenix had it in Booker already. Then they got Ayton. Then they filled up some other pieces. Then they got the big dog in Chris. You see?
Yeah.
So we gotta build it that way. We don't have that right now. So by
that was
my
check
metrics, that leads me to think that we're a little behind. And that we're dying. Now, if RJ can be that, I'm not willing to throw it out the realm of possibility. But there are certain factors inside his game right now that make me think I don't think he'll be that. But I hope he does, and I hope he proves me wrong. But you know, he's a little slow-footed. Doesn't have pop verticality wise. You know, he's got to fix a lot of things in his game because of that. If I was him, I would spend a whole summer with Luka Doncic.
Oh yeah.
Because he's
So
slow, no pop. He could get to anywhere he wants on the court. Great
But
footwork.
you know why?
He
Because
got
Luka been playing against that competition at a young age, and it's just the developing process, and that's the point. A lot of players we named, we didn't look back and see what their career stats was in their third year. How many turnovers? Did they have the ball in their hand? Did they have, you know what I'm saying? The players that we glorify, they had the opportunities and was able to make their mistakes and figure it out before we even consider bringing them to our team. So with that being said, all the faith that these teams have in these players that we just named, they didn't come in that way. They had to build themselves up to being that player. Even Wade, even LeBron, all those players had to build themselves up. Yeah, they came in with high ceilings, just like Barrett did. But it was a process.
And just to update y'all, the Knicks just officially waived Solomon Hill and they signed Ryan Archidiakono to a 10-day contract. I don't
Who is
know.
that? Who is
That's the
that?
same guy that they remember. That's the same guy that they've already,
We got our point guard now.
No, it's
Yay!
Danny. Remember, that's the guy who I was saying we signed a 10-day guy who couldn't even play. That's who this is.
That guy. Oh
What
my
is
God.
this move? What is
Anybody named Archie, bro, I'm not good. I am not
I knew
good,
something
bro.
like that was coming. Remember, I told y'all I said they're probably gonna keep Archidiakono, find a way to keep him for the season. You
Diakono.
keep
What
on
is
giving
wrong
him
with
these
them?
10-day contracts. Give it to somebody else, please.
At least Solomon,
Oh, yeah.
at least Solomon was a thug. He was gonna make us tougher. You know what I'm saying? But
He couldn't.
Archie, I don't know.
Yeah, Solomon, he couldn't. He wasn't gonna play, so that's how that went. Solomon
Yeah,
Hill
I
had
know.
a hamstring.
I
So
know. He's not playing. That was just a joke. But I'm
yeah,
just saying.
this is.
This is so silly.
I think he's a Tibbs guy. That's got to be my only reasoning for them doing that. He has to be some type of Tibbs fan.
Stop with Tibbs guys.
That's the only way. Because he hasn't done anything.
Tibbs guys. Tibbs guys are. Oh God. Taj is about to die on the court, and you got guys. I mean, you got. Oh man.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about this. Is the last topic of the day. I'm going to shut it down. IQ. What in the fudging flying fudge is going on with IQ? This is not what we expected from his second year. Slowly but surely, he's just going down the drain little by little. I personally think it's because he's being misused. I don't think he should be offenses. Yeah. I don't think he should be involved with that whatsoever. Pounding the basketball as he does. What do you guys think?
Tibbs misusing him. Yeah, he is. He just throws him in the game. Spark it. Come on, let's go. Let's get the guys going. Go ahead. Shoot a three from my house and do things like that. You know, that's what's going on with. That's what you see. It's just when he's out there, he misses guys like he tries to be at the point, and he's got guys wide open around him that he doesn't see. His court vision. It's just I don't know what is up with him. And last night was a disaster for him too. I didn't like that. That was bad last night.
Let's go over his stats from last night. I gotta pull him up real quick.
Well, for me, I'm starting to feel like he see the people and he just not giving them the ball. I hate to say that. I hate to say that, but it's how it looks. And then another good point is we talked about this before as well. You're supposed to have him ready to come in and score because that's what we need from him. He's not a playmaker because he only can make plays for Obi. So let's put him in better position to help us. Like you just putting him out there as a point, want him to run your sets because that's your guy, Tibbs. He's not giving us any more than that. And I think it's hurting us more than it's helping us. You know what I'm saying? Because we all been talking for a while about somebody that can make a play and put somebody in position to score. We talked about how RJ and Julius is working so hard to get their buckets. These are the things that somebody coming in off the bench or starting point guard should be able to do. I give credit to Kemba for some of the stuff he was able to do as a point guard, but we know he's not 100%. So
nope.
Manuel Quickly's numbers last night. He only played 9 minutes last night. 1 or 2 for the field, 1 or 2 from 3. 3 or 4 for the free throw line, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 turnover, 6 points.
That ain't gonna work.
And if he only played 9 minutes, you know he wasn't playing good because Tibbs gonna keep him in the game.
Yeah.
So
hands during timeout.
His minutes will tell you what he was doing. But he's being used wrong. D, you know it, bro. Like, come on. You said it. You would have plays that specially ran from him. We compared him to like a microwave mid-range shooter. Come in the game, give us a couple buckets. He is playing better on defense, though. We got to admit to that. So I give him credit for that, but that's just not enough. You already putting players on the floor that could either do offense or defense, not both. And I think that's hurting us as well. So,
yeah. Anybody else?
I disagree. I agree. I'm sorry. I agree that we're misusing IQ. I don't think that the type of whatever Tibbs wants from IQ right now, and the way he's throwing them out there, like D'Angelo's saying, it's just like go out there and just jack it up like a Curry. That's what I'm seeing. We're not, and I think part of that is because Rose is not there, because we saw he was pretty efficient when Rose was there. Him and Rose in that backcourt off the bench was actually pretty good, and I think he's missing Rose a lot right now, and that's leading to him having to dribble the ball a lot on that second unit because Burks is now starting, so you don't have Burks there to even take some pressure off, so he has to force up more shots, and I don't think that's his game right now.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I said what I said with quickly. Yeah, he just comes in and he tries to get something started. As soon as he gets out there, he's just trying to get something started, getting the offense started if we need points. But his court vision, or Tibbs is telling him, don't pass it to Grimes in the corner because he was open twice. Don't do that. Just sort of go get your shot. Get to the middle. That's what I see from him. It seems like a state of confusion when he's out there sometimes. When he's out there,
if Tibbs was to tell him that would be a disgrace. Like if we playing team ball and everybody's moving the ball, that's why when I said it earlier, I said I would doubt to say that he's not giving it up if somebody open. I think it's more or less he can't make that pass, and he see him, but he don't want to force it. He's really good at throwing an alley-oop. I don't know how you could throw an alley-oop, but you can't just throw a regular pass down to Mitch or a corner pass to Grimes, like you said. But I don't think Tibbs would say something like that. That's kind of crazy. At the same time, he can't give us what we really need from him. So that's why it looks like it's not working for us, because a facilitator gonna mean a lot. And if we can't get that off the bench or in the starting lineup, that's one of our biggest problems. We don't even have one coming off the bench.
With IQ too, is that in his 2 years in Kentucky, he barely played the point guard or the initiator of the offense. So I don't understand. I don't get it.
I don't think anybody does. We're all trying to understand. I don't think anybody knows why he's trying to force this on IQ. I don't think anybody knows.
And Sam, why did he do that to Randall as well? He did the same thing. He forced Randall to play a point 4. Or I'm not gonna say force. It was his idea or their idea. I don't think that was a good one because he's our best scorer on the team. So he's not a guard.
Can't say that didn't happen in his office. Talking about stuff, shooting the stuff. How he wants things done. Yeah,
Chuck, anything to say?
IQ is not a point guard. I don't care if he played one in high school. He's not one right now.
He wasn't one in college.
Right. He's an undersized shooting guard. Or well, maybe not undersized, because I think him and Bradley Beal are probably about the same height. I could be wrong. Let me know in the chat if I'm wrong. We can't keep using guys out of position and expect them to be successful.
Right.
Like if you were a shortstop from Little League to college, and now in the pros they're asking you to play third base, it's a tough switch. It's a tough move. You've been used to playing a certain way all your life. So now I don't think it's fair to put that kid in that type of situation, because I do believe that he's afraid to make those needle passes when you initially see a guy open. It's like a quarterback with a cannon. They can throw it deep, but then when you ask them to throw those short, accurate routes, they can't. They're missing the wide receiver. They're throwing at his feet. They're throwing it too far in front of him. I think that's where IQ is as far as his decision making. And so if a guy is showing you that, then maybe you should move him to where he's comfortable. We have enough assets and cap, not necessarily cap space, but enough assets to get guys that fit their position. So you don't have to have guys playing out of positions where they're uncomfortable and where they are less effective. But I say this, when you're doing things like this, then that means you don't have what you need to build a good team. If everyone that you draft is playing out of position or not in their natural position, that you're trying to force them to be something else.
Yeah.
You don't have what you need. Stop wasting time and energy and effort uh, stacking up on guys that aren't going to move you forward. Get the guys in the right positions. Get a real point guard. Um, get real wings. And get real backups. And we'll see a different team. Like this team is 500 at best. Like Rob was saying, Rob the Nick. Yo, we're a middle of the road team. And I guess if you wanna find the silver lining, yo, we're doing this with a bunch of backup players. We're doing it with a bunch of second string guys. Because in my opinion, we don't have those. We don't have a killer for the fourth quarter. We don't have a guy. Yo, give him the ball. He is absolute buckets. We don't got those guys.
And just think about this too, Chuck. This is the second year in a row now that we are starting a point guard, guys, who is a journeyman. Payton was a journeyman his whole career. He still is. Alec Burks, who is now starting at point guard, is a known journeyman. These guys have not solidified their roles on any team that they've been on. So we can't expect, just because I know a lot of people had high expectations because we were fourth seed last year. But I'm here to tell you that's just not in the plans this year. Unless a trade happens and the chemistry just immediately somehow resurrects and we get some type of momentum, I don't see us getting top 5 ever at any point during this season.
Hey Sam, do you see any
I got
trades
a question.
happening to
Did
make our team
Julius
better?
Randle?
What'd you say, Danny?
I'm sorry, I was interrupting somebody. Who was just talking? Sorry about that.
No, go ahead, Danny. You could go. I'll wait for you guys.
No, I was just
You
asking
said with
Sam
any
if you
trades.
see any
Yeah.
moves that they can make at the deadline that'll impact our team this year. Not just for this year, maybe for the long run. Do you see anything that can be done? Anything possible? Let me know, Sam.
Unless Leon's able to work his magic, I don't see it being a specific move that really just takes us to the next level. I feel like we need more than just one trade to really elevate this team to where some people believe they can be. So I think it would take more than just one trade, and I don't know if we have enough to do that right now because we have guys on our team who are basically, let's be honest, I don't know what team in NBA will want to trade for him, like a Noel. Who wants Noel right now for 10 mil?
I would.
Who can you swindle? Who can you swindle for Noel? And then Kemba had a solid game last night, but it's gonna be hard finding teams to really swindle for him too, at the contract that he's slated for as well.
Somebody would
They
take him
made all
for a
these
limited role.
moves. They made all these moves. Now we trying to move them because we don't want to. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I heard
That's
you.
bad, bro. I want to ask a question. Somebody said in the chat
That's
that Randall ran a .4 in the Lakers when he was on the Lakers. Is that true? I don't remember that. And I said if he did, he was just bringing up the ball. It's a big difference from bringing it up sometimes and really running the offense through your forward. Do y'all remember him running a point forward in LA?
It must have been spot minutes, and it didn't work.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Because sometimes I don't entertain the chat, but sometimes they be saying some stuff that I just want to double check with the crew because I know I'm not always right, but I know I remember everything, so I double check to make sure. But great show today, D.
Yeah.
Sam,
great
D'Angelo, Chuck,
yes sir,
Danny.
Shout out to the chat.
Shout out to the chat.
Thank you for the support and thank you for hanging with us for these 4 hours. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the likes. We appreciate the support. We all hope for Freezy to get better.
Yeah,
get back to his feet, so he could come ahead and join us and join us on these great conversations that we have. I'm going to leave it with this. I said this was an important week, and so far we're 0-2. So we need this to win in New Orleans on Thursday night, and that's something we just go into and expect the W. New Orleans to beat some good teams this year, especially that they've been decimated. So we come into that game, and if we could play like we did that third quarter against New Orleans, I think we'll be okay for Thursday night. But after that, that's when the buzzsaw starts, and we got to start preparing ourselves. Could be some hard times, and I hope I'm wrong about that. I want us to succeed. I do want us to make the playoffs this year, but I'm also realistic as well. And if you guys look at the next month and a half, it could be tough for us. Anything else you guys want to say before we cut it off?
Nah, you made a great point just now on that. I feel the same way. I just feel like we need at least a win to go in with some positive energy, and don't go in with our heads down. Like, if the fans feel like we ain't stressing last game, then we just want them to fight. That's all how we all feel. Like, we'll lose close games if y'all all fight. Don't turn the ball over as much, and let's get a win before we get in that stretch. We need to get a win to hopefully get us on the right track, because when we play against tougher teams, most of the times we come and play. So I think we're going to pull a couple of those games out. So I'm just staying positive, looking forward to tomorrow night's game.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to say?
No. Everything's been said. You guys always do a great job on Will D. Really great job. Thanks, Sam, Chuck, Danny, wherever you are. Freezy, get better.
Yeah, get better, Freezy. We miss you, bro.
Okay, yo. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you for
See y'all
coming.
Tomorrow. Thanks for coming.
You guys take care. Have a great day. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Peace.